Accessibilitate.
Footage of people accessing a stadium.
Toegankelijkheid.
hozzáférhetőség.
Accessibility.
Text appears, accessibility, with a series of photos of supporters in different locations.
Accessibilità.
A fan in a wheelchair going towards an accessible entrance. A group of children in blue Man City shirts. An orange background appears and the text reads Inclusion. A supporter celebrates.
Inclusione. Incluse.
Kapsama.
Inclusione.
A sign language interpreter looking up at supporters in a stadium. Text appears Inclusion. Footage of fans smiling, singing and hugging.
Inclusion.
A supporter sitting with a guide dog. A fan following a game with a monocular. A supporter with a headset. A supporter on a mobility scooter and two fans sitting in a stadium. An image of a group of supporters. A yellow background appears and the text reads For disabled people.
Voor mensen met een handicap.
Pour les personnes en situation de handicap.
Para pessoas com deficiência.
A supporter smiles and celebrates. A series of photos of supporters from across Europe.
Para personas con discapacidad.
Fans smiling and leaving a stadium.
Cafe. Sport, accessibility, inclusion for disabled people.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. I'm Mark Flewitt, Chair of the Cafe Board of Trustees. I'm a white man wearing glasses with fair, or maybe grey, hair, and I use he and his. And I'm accompanied by Joanna Deagle, Cafe's Managing Director. It is our great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th International Cafe Conference.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, I'm Jo. I'm a white, youngish woman with brown hair and glasses. My pronouns are she and he, and it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the conference. The Cafe Conference takes place every 3 years, and usually we'd be meeting at a stadium, spending several days together. And whilst we would have loved to do that again, we wanted to ensure everyone could be part of this conference, so we've moved online. We also made the conscious decision not to postpone the conference. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we all know that this pandemic is having a disproportionate impact on disabled people, so the message of total access is even more critical. Sports are also in a time of big changes. We're seeing new competition formats, the growth in the women's game, digitalization, innovation, and it's really key that disabled people are part of those changes and contribute to them. So our aim over the next 2 days is to raise awareness, put the spotlight on disability inclusion and access, and to challenge and encourage you, our stakeholders, to work together to ensure disabled people can take part in their right and take their places in sport. We're happy to welcome around 300 delegates with us today from over 50 countries, including Japan, India, Brazil, Sierra Leone, the US, Hong Kong, Argentina, and of course from across the UEFA region.
Thanks, Jo. With the Cafe Conference online this time, we have the opportunity to explore access and inclusion both within and outside European football. We're excited to hear from speakers from across the globe. We will also take a look at what's happening in other sports, thanks to speakers from World Rugby, the International Paralympic Committee, and the National Basketball Association. Finally, as part of our commitment to seeing more disabled people across all aspects of the game, we've partnered with the Football for All Leadership Programme and are pleased to have a number of their participants and alumni speaking and moderating sessions over the next 2 days. To make the most of the event, you will have received lots of helpful tips in the joining instructions. We've made every effort to make the conference accessible to everyone. So we have English captions embedded into the main conference stream sessions and group discussions. In the chat, you should find a URL for captions in French, German, Spanish, Polish, and Russian. International Sign Language is also embedded into the main conference stream and group discussions. We're using Interprefy to offer audio language translation in French, German, Spanish, Russian, and Polish during the conference. So please check your joining instructions so you can activate this if needed. There are a couple of sessions during which a speaker will be contributing in Spanish, so English interpretation will also be available. Finally, you may have already noticed that we've added audio description to our video during the conference. This is automatic, so you don't need to do anything to hear this.
So before we jump into today's agenda, we wanted to say some really big thank yous. Firstly, thanks to FIFA and UEFA, who will both be speaking today and tomorrow in some of the sessions. We're pleased to see that access and inclusion remains a key topic for both of you, and that your dedication and commitment to access and inclusion for disabled people is only increasing. Thanks to the Cafe Board of Directors, all of whom are with us today, and whose support in the past year has been particularly significant. Thank you to the Cafe team, you're amazing. You've shaped this conference, and I'm really excited to see all your hard work pay off over the next 2 days. Thank you to our friends at FAIR, with whom we work with very closely and who will also contribute to this conference. Thanks to Attendable and Optility, who helped us organise this conference online and who have held our hands as we enter the virtual world. We chose these two organisations due to their commitment to accessible online events. Thanks to the AV team, language interpreters, sign language interpreters and captioners. Thanks to Alan March's team for providing the audio description over some of the visual elements of this conference. Thanks to Gilby Films, who created this brilliant video that we just saw, and to all of those who contributed to it. Thanks to all our speakers and panelists for contributing your expertise and sharing your experiences with us. And finally, a big, big thank you to you, the audience. Please send us your questions, use the networking opportunities. You'll see there's a link to a Teams chat where you can share your contact details and mention what you want to engage with people on. And make some noise on social media using the hashtag #TotalAccess. The more you engage with the conference, the more points you earn. So there's a leaderboard on the platform as well that you'll see, and the winner will get a prize.
Thanks, Joe. As Joe mentioned, there will be lots of opportunities to network during the conference. And please do also use the chat to say hello and to share your contact details if you would like to connect with the audience or the speakers on certain topics. We will also run some polls throughout the conference, so make sure you're ready to contribute using the links for Slido in your joining instructions. In today's agenda, we will hear what it's like to be a disabled away fan. We will catch up with UEFA, FIFA and World Rugby as we look at past and future mega sports events. We'll speak to the NBA to understand how access and inclusion is progressing in other sports. We will take a look at accessibility in other sports, including basketball and cycling. We'll have a session on access and inclusion for non-visibly disabled fans, building on the research that we did last year. And with the current digital transformation of sport, we'll take a look at the latest technology and innovation for disabled people. Finally, we'll close today with the CAFE Awards ceremony to celebrate the champions in access and inclusion. And after all that, if anyone wants to continue the good times, we'll open several chat rooms for you to discuss some of tonight's UEFA men's and women's club competition matches. So you can celebrate or suffer with your teams.
So to begin the conference, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome FIFA's Chief of Social Responsibility and Education Officer, CAFE founder, and dear friend, Joyce Cook. Joyce will deliver the keynote speech, and then we'll go straight into the first session on what it's like to be an away disabled fan. And in that session, look out for some polls to contribute to. Joyce founded CAFE in 2009. And thanks to her work, access and inclusion for disabled people became a key topic in international football. Since she moved to FIFA in 2016, firstly as Chief Member Associations Officer, and now as Chief of Social Responsibility and Education Officer, she's continued to put disabled people's rights on the agenda. Joyce is someone who's committed to seeing change. And in her time at CAFE, she ensured accessibility standards were integrated into both FIFA and UEFA's tournaments and finals. She empowered disabled fans to form user-led associations and lead the way locally. She challenged architects to remove barriers and change their assumptions that disabled people didn't want to attend live games. Thanks to her work on UEFA club licensing, we now see over 400 disability access officers across Europe, supporting their clubs and national associations to make year-on-year improvements. Now, these are just a few of the achievements we saw under Joyce, and I can say with confidence that without her, football would be in a worse position. Today, she'll share her thoughts on where we are in the journey of access and inclusion and what we still need to do. So with that, I thank you, Joyce, for giving up your time to join us today, and I hand over to you for the keynote speech.
You, of course, and all the CAFE team. In any case, let me start my speech and not warble on. So first of all, dear everybody, it's such a pleasure and such an honor for me to speak with you today at the 4th International CAFE Conference. Being here with you is deeply personal to me for so many reasons. As a disabled woman in football, with much of my own personal quest and career over the last 20 years being dedicated to the incredibly important work you all do to raise the bar for disabled people in football and other sports day to day. It's great to see how the CAFE Conference has become an important landmark, an international event on the calendar for advocates and experts across this field. And of course, I have a very personal history with CAFE, as Joe has mentioned, having been proud to found the organization back in 2009 and to see it extend its work not only across Europe, but more globally. Of course, that work was based, and the mandate that I was given was to extend the great work being done by Level Playing Field within the UK. And I can't let this opportunity go by without taking a moment to remember my dear friend, Gary Deards, who played such a pivotal role in progressing much needed improvements for disabled fans in football across the UK. Thank you, Gary. I know you'll be watching today. It is a delight to see how CAFE has evolved over the past years, with some of the original teams still involved and leading this great organisation to ever greater heights. A special thank you to my dear friends Joe, Michael and Amy, and to everybody involved in establishing CAFE and all the great work it is now doing as a leading international entity. And a special thanks, of course, to the board, to Mark and all of the board members. I know the dedication that takes as well to give up your time and to drive forward change and to support this amazing team. So I, of course, handed the baton on to Joe and the team in November 2016 to take on a new role in international football at FIFA. An offer, honestly, I just couldn't refuse. With the chance to help shape new FIFA and to help ensure that inclusion and accessibility are at the heart of all we do, while also knowing that CAFE was in very safe hands. After spending more than 3 years as FIFA's Chief Member Associations Officer and overseeing the implementation of the new FIFA Forward Development Funding Programme, I was delighted to accept my new mission as the first ever Chief Social Responsibility and Education Officer at FIFA in September 2019. The work as Chief of the Member Associations Division gave me the opportunity to learn much more about what is being delivered in regards to social responsibility, inclusion and accessibility in football across FIFA's 211 member associations. I saw a lot of great work and projects being implemented by dedicated people across the game, but we all know that there is still much more to do to ensure accessible infrastructures and services at stadiums, headquarters, workplaces, training centres, and much more. To ensure equal access to football for disabled fans, players, and importantly, to also ensure job opportunities, successful careers, and leadership positions for disabled persons in football too. We make up more than 15% of the world's population. All of us here know that well. That's a huge talent pool, and I'm certainly very proud to be the first disabled gay woman on FIFA's senior management board. My work isn't finished here yet, and I very much hope that I'm not the last disabled person to hold a senior leadership role within the FIFA administration. It's well proven that organisations with diverse boards and decision makers are smarter, more inclusive, and more successful. That's a matter we take very seriously here, and we are working hard at FIFA to ensure that our decision-making bodies and our administration are truly inclusive and diverse. We have made good progress, but we also appreciate that we have more to do. In my current role, I have the privilege and the responsibility to actively shape what is being done to remove the barriers that still exclude us and to create ever more opportunities for disabled people. At FIFA, we also work hard to ensure that we set the bar high across all our own competitions and programs, as we rightly should. And on that basis, require, incentivize, and encourage others to do the same. There is no doubt that sport can be a unifying force and a driver for social change, and I witness that every day in my work. But it is equally true that so much more can be done if we all step up, work together, share our expertise and know-how, our mistakes as well as our successes, learn lessons, and so by strengthen our collaboration still further across our beautiful game. In that respect, I am extremely pleased to know that today's conference is not only attended by civil society experts, but also by some of our own confederations and member associations, as well as other sports. I'd like to run through our main areas of work at FIFA very briefly to make sure that global football is truly ever more inclusive for disabled people. Our work in that respect can be separated into 4 interconnected areas. First, we are working to ensure our events and competitions are accessible for all, from disabled fans to officials, staff, volunteers, guests, media, and everybody else involved. Our second priority is to promote the building of accessible infrastructures and provision of accessible services across FIFA's 211 member associations. We have a unique opportunity through the FIFA Forward Development Funding Programme to promote accessibility and other social topics to incentivize member associations in their projects and works that are funded by this programme. And we are so pleased that with our support, CAFE is also engaging with our member associations and confederations directly in this regard too. Third, we have recently started a project to promote and help grow disability football more globally around the world, working with para-footballers, coaches and other experts to help us to better promote and grow the disability football games still further across the world. And finally, we are taking steps to make football a more welcoming work environment for disabled people. This has started by reviewing our own hiring processes, encouraging applications from disabled people, and ensuring that our workplace is truly inclusive. We are committed to looking for additional ways to work with CAFE and its partners to promote disabled people across the football industry. Given that our next major tournament is drawing closer, let me speak a little about the preparations for the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. Our ambition is that this World Cup will not only become the most accessible international sporting event so far, but that it also leaves a lasting legacy for disabled people in Qatar and the region by raising the bar on accessibility and disability inclusion across the country. In fact, members of my team are currently in Doha working at the FIFA Arab Cup, and I am due to join them next week. This is a great test event for next year's FIFA World Cup, of course. As part of that event, the team is working with entities across FIFA to ensure that disabled fans have barrier-free access to the stadium and match services, and receive wherever required assistance from specially trained volunteer teams. The stadiums are designed with FIFA's accessibility requirements as an integral part of the planning process, and these requirements are best practice standards. Members of my team in Zurich and our Qatar-based sustainability team are on the ground and present in all 6 of the stadiums that are being used currently for the FIFA Arab Cup. Not only do we want to ensure that disabled fans at this tournament have a great experience attending the matches in the coming weeks, but also to provide us with valuable feedback and to ensure that we highlight and identify any areas where we still need to address accessibility and inclusion ahead of next year's World Cup. We are also operating a sensory room at one of the stadiums being used for the FIFA Arab Cup to allow for a comfortable environment at the games for children and adults with sensory needs. This is a first for any FIFA competition, and we intend to provide sensory rooms in 3 of the 9 stadiums used at the World Cup next year. In addition, we also offer audio descriptive commentary to enable blind and partially sighted fans to have a fully inclusive match day experience, and so much more. Finally, the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, our host partner in Qatar, is running a joint programme with Qatari local disability groups, an accessibility forum that includes collaborations with the airport, public transport systems, the cultural sector, and much more, using the focus of the upcoming FIFA World Cup to enhance accessibility across the country, not only in preparation for the World Cup next year, but to ensure a long-lasting legacy for disabled people too. Lastly, I would like to focus on our important collaboration and deep friendship with CAFE. Throughout our work in this area, our collaboration with CAFE has been instrumental in ensuring that we deliver ever more inclusive and accessible operations at FIFA. Building on our experiences from the FIFA World Cup in Russia in 2018 and the FIFA Women's World Cup in France in 2019, we have been pleased to work with CAFE yet again to deliver audio descriptive commentary training and services in Arabic at the FIFA Arab Cup taking place now, and English and Arabic audio descriptive commentary for the FIFA World Cup 2022. CAFE is also providing our staff with proof of eligibility training and providing first-hand support to us in checking such proofs to ensure a fair and inclusive ticketing process. In addition, we have been pleased to assist CAFE in providing accessibility trainings to our confederations and member associations, a really important step forward that sees the wider game really respect and understand the deep knowledge and know-how that CAFE has. It is part of our work plan to further strengthen our engagements with CAFE and other expert organisations in this field over the coming years, and to help to strengthen those partnerships between our member associations, CAFE, and local disability organisations. Whilst all these operational programmes are critical, what matters most to me is to help forge a real culture of inclusion at FIFA and across football more widely. During my time at FIFA, I'm proud to have witnessed and helped influence a change in perceptions about inclusion, disabled people, and accessibility. I experience this on a regular basis. For example, when the team responsible for spectator services reaches out to ask us whether there is training they could attend on accessibility and disability etiquette, and when our translation services department asks for a glossary for inclusive language. In spite of all the progress, there is still a long road to travel in ensuring global football becomes a truly inclusive environment for disabled people everywhere. In particular, disabled people need to have full access to take their rightful places as administrators, leaders, and decision makers. If we ensure disabled people are not only able to enjoy, but also to contribute more and more to our game, there is no doubt that football will be stronger and better for it. Better governance, resiliency, innovation, growth, and true inclusion for all. Our beautiful game belongs to each and every one of us. My challenge in closing today is to ask that each of us here today, by celebrating this important event and all the great work of CAFE and its teams day to day, do something after this conference, just one more thing, to improve access and inclusion, whether it be getting the topic on the board's agenda, partnering with a local NGO, inviting new disabled communities to a game, giving your feedback on your experience to your club, or changing your human rights policy and practice so that you are more accessible and inclusive for anybody that is disabled and looking for a role in football or indeed any sport. So thank you so very much for inviting me today. It's very special to me to be back with you all. It means a lot. In closing, wishing you another highly successful CAFE conference, and from the bottom of my heart, a huge thanks to the CAFE team and to all of you for the important work you do each and every day. This work is not done. There is still so much more to do, and you can certainly count on the full support of the FIFA President, the Secretary General, me, and indeed all of us at FIFA. Thank you, and back to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Anthony Joy. I'm happy to say I'm the moderator for this first panel for the Cafe conference this morning. I'm an Arsenal fan. I used to be the chair of the Arsenal Disabled Supporters Association, and our session this morning is around what's it like to be a disabled away supporter. I can tell you from personal experience, it can be very different and has good and bad points compared to our wider number of supporters going away. I've been to 68 away European matches as a wheelchair user. And I think since 1994, I've only sat with my own supporters on 5 times. So it's going to be an interesting session for about 45 minutes. I'm delighted to be joined by some colleagues, Ted Morris, a disabled Liverpool fan and the secretary for the Liverpool Disabled Supporters Association, John Attenborough, a disabled Dundee fan. I'll make sure it's Dundee, not Dundee United, just in case I make that mistake.
Other way around, Anthony. It's Dundee.
The other end of the road. Elena Popova, a CSK Moscow supporter and the Russian national fan team, and also Niklas Funke, a disabled Werder Bremen fan. Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining for this panel. We are going to have a few Slido polls that will go through the morning. So please engage with that on Slido with the hashtag CAFE, CAFE. There are three key questions. How many disabled fans on the conference today regularly attend their club's away matches? Have you ever sat in with the home supporters as opposed to your own supporters? And do you feel that you, as an away supporter, have an equal match day experience at away matches compared to your club's non-disabled fans? So it will come back to those at the end of the panel. So please engage with that. For now, I'm going to throw open the panel to a few questions with Ted in the first instance. So Ted, from the Liverpool DSA perspective, and I know you've had a long sort of history of away supporting with the Reds. Can you tell us in your own words what you enjoy going to away matches with Liverpool?
Hi Anthony, nice to meet you. Basically, most of all, is the camaraderie that you'd only get from away games, especially in Europe, where you're seeing the same old faces just in different places. But most of all, from a personal point of view, I've got 2 daughters who are 23 and 24, and the first European away was 17 years ago. They were very young. It was Olympiakos in Athens. So for 17 years, that's basically been our family life, going to European aways, because that feeling that you get of being with, a group of supporters who are as passionate as you are about seeing our team play.
And in that time, Ted, obviously you first attended away games as without your disability, but now as a disabled fan. Can you explain some of the differences that you've experienced?
Yeah, I'm not far off 100 European aways now, and 75% of them was as non-disabled support. If I talk about the first one with my two girls was in Athens, I was able to go up the Acropolis with them. We got some lovely pictures. Wouldn't be able to do that today. Now we've got to think about the transport accessibility, where we can go, where we can stay, how we get the game, how we don't get the game. So it's a massive difference, Anthony, and even to the extent where building up that many credits over the years, when we get an allocation of away tickets, we could get 3,000 if we're going to one of the bigger grounds, Bayern Munich or what have you. We could get 5 wheelchair tickets, which then becomes a major scramble, irrespective of how many European credits I've built up over the years. So that's one of the main obstacles, is the allocation of tickets for these away games, and the obstacles that we have to come. When 75% of your life you've been non-disabled, you just go to the match and you jump on a train and you go to the game. It's just not like that when you're in a wheelchair. It's really, really difficult, as you're no doubt aware by, the amount of games you've been with the Gunners.
Yeah. You know, on that point, I mean, we've obviously Arsenal and Liverpool have clashed in European competition only the once, and we lost. So let's move on with that bit. But can you explain about the planning of an away trip? I know the example with Arsenal isn't probably that helpful, but when you go abroad, what research, what planning do you have to you know, to find out your information and things like that? What depths do you have to go to?
Yeah, well, the draw for the last 16 of the Champions League will be on Monday. I'm already planning now for where we can go, accessibility, how we get there, assistance with the airlines, getting to and from the stadiums, a million and one things to do that you never have to think about when you were non-disabled. These are real issues, you know, how do we get the ground, what is available in the ground? And there's a lot of things that you have to take into consideration with it. It's like three of the possible teams we could play, Villarreal, PSG and Salzburg. I've had issues in the past as a wheelchair user. Villarreal, I'm at the other side of the stadium where my two daughters are in the other end of the stadium, locked in. Police and stewards not letting me near them after the game, terrified I'm going to be separated from my daughters. That's a real life problem. And then a 30-minute walk push to the coaches where there was no directions. Paris Saint-Germain was even worse. After the game, nearest metro, with me daughter who was 19 at the time, got to the nearest metro, no excessive thing, just obstructed view. Apart from our SLO, Yana Shiribi, she dealt with Salzburg staff and sat us in the home end. We could see half the pitch. You know, it's a long way to go to see half the pitch. Real life problems and that you just don't have as non-disabled. You know,
just on that point, Ted, how many have you ever made a plan to go abroad without knowing that A, the stadium was accessible, and B, you had a ticket allocation for accessible tickets? Have you just booked the flights and your hotels anyway? Because I know
we will do that as soon as Monday comes, Anthony, irrespective of what information being able to find out. I will have the hotel lined up, accessible hotel. I'll have the flights lined up, and I will book them straight away. It's really difficult to find access, you know, about a lot of stadiums. Cafe really good, but there's instances where you've got some accessible, you know, you've got information that a stadium is accessible. You get there and it's not accessible at all, you know, and it just raises issues on the day of the game. And you know, I've had one where there was no transport once we went to Genk, got dropped off in the city centre. There was no transport. I had 2 miles to go on an electric wheelchair. That was like running out of power. Real issues, and accessibility is, you know, and what is available regards stadiums in Europe it's few and far between.
And it's probably a similar issue that I've experienced, but around sitting in with home supporters. Can you just speak to that around some of the issues or the experiences you've had, you know, sitting with the other fans?
Well, first and foremost, I find it an extremely upsetting experience. You know, I've spent 17 years of my life going to match with my wife and 2 daughters. My wife will be with me at some end of the ground, whether it be Villarreal, Bayern Munich, Dortmund. There's 3 that just spring to mind, Salzburg. So for 17 years, for 75% of that time, I've been able to sit with my daughters enjoying a European away game, which is, you know, a tradition of our family. Then all of a sudden, you know, I'm sitting in a home end where we're liable to abuse. You know, we do get abuse. We had a terrible experience in Munich where we were just getting abuse. You know, sometimes it's better if you lose because you're not, you know, wheelchair users. We just don't need that. But you get it. But the most thing is the feeling of isolation. If anything happens with my daughters, they're in the other end of the ground. I can't assist them. You know, wheelchair users following a team around Europe should never be allowed to sit in a home end. They should be able to sit with the away supporters, especially if they've got family members in that end. It just I find it absolutely unacceptable that in 2021 we have not got facilities within every stadium in Europe where they can accommodate a amount of wheelchair users with the away fans. It beggars belief, really.
Completely agree, Ted, as well. I mean, on that point, what, you know, the people that are on the conference today, you know, our fellow fans, the governing bodies and agencies across Europe. What would you say to them? What's your message to them?
What my message to them would be, I'm also Vice Chairman of the Premier League Disability Advisory Group, and we're currently checking compliance with Premier League clubs towards the accessible stadia guidelines, which are there to facilitate and assist disabled supporters. When you think there's over 800,000 people can accommodate the 20 teams in the Premier League, yet on any one given weekend, only 7,000 of them are disabled supporters. There's an awful lot to be done. So what I would, you know, sincerely ask the clubs and the governing bodies to do in the first instance, just get clubs to comply with the accessible stadia guidelines, but don't just look to meet the minimum standards. Try and set some standards for disabled supporters, so we can do what I was able to do for 75% of my life and enjoy watching my football team with my family and enjoying the experience without having to worry about all the things that we do. It just really doesn't have to be like this.
Do you think, Ted, that those lessons, that sort of approach here in the UK can be applied and would benefit across Europe?
Yeah, well, I think the Premier League can set the standards. It's probably the strongest league in Europe at the moment. So, you know, Premier League can set the standards of what they can do for disabled supporters. You know, I'm sure CAFE and UEFA will buy into that and ensure that other countries, other associations try to meet the same standards. Atletico Madrid are a shining example of what can be done. When you go there, the Spanish staff, the accessibility team, they treat you like royalty. The tribunes are fantastic. They make sure you've got everything that you need. They are a fantastic role model that every team in Europe, every club in Europe should be aiming to meet the standards that they set.
Ted, thank you very much for your time. Thanks, some really, really good points there, and definitely one I can resonate with personally. If I can introduce John Attenborough. I'm going to correct myself now because I said Dundee fan, but now I'm quite wrong to say it's the other end of the road, isn't it?
Yeah, just across the road.
Just across the road, mate. Well, I do apologise for that. It's the faux pas straight away. John, can I ask you to, you know, sort of explain why you enjoy and what you take out from going to away matches with Dundee United?
Yeah, sure. You know, I just love, you know, I love waking up in the morning on an away day, knowing that you're going to be traveling to a new ground. And you're traveling with your own support as well, and you're just enjoying the atmosphere and, you know, the banter between the two grounds. It's completely different to a home match because it's only just like a small group of maybe the sort of hardcore supporters who kind of travel to, you know, particularly long distances for away games. And, you know, I love one thing that I love just as a football fan in general is visiting, you know, stadiums that I've maybe never been into before as well. You know, I just love, you know, visiting new stadiums and even you know, getting to experience a bit of the town or the city you've maybe never been to before as well, and, you know, just getting a feel for the place and the clubs that you're going to see and that.
Thanks. Obviously I've got the notes in front of me, and it says you do attend on every game with your assistant dog. Your what's your dog's name?
Sam.
Well, shout out to Sam. You recently wanted to attend a match, but you refused to entry because of Sam or Sam coming with you. Would you be able to explain to everyone what happened in that instance and how you felt at the time?
Yeah, that was a first for me, and I wanted to. First of all, it was a League Cup game, midweek League Cup game I wanted to go to. And it was for one of the big, I won't say who it was, but it was one of the big clubs in Scotland, and I rang the ticket office to get a ticket that was where there was going to be extra space for myself and Sam, and I explained to the ticket office that, you know, I'd be coming along, I'm visually impaired, and I have a guide dog. And they got right back to me and said, "Oh, sorry, we don't allow guide dogs inside the stadium." And I'd never had that before. And I was a bit taken aback, really. I was like, well, first of all, it's illegal, you know, under the UK Equality Act, assistance dogs are allowed to accompany their owners in any public setting. And then I got in contact with CAFE about the issues that it was causing and the way it made me feel as well. And they contacted the club on my behalf as well to explain that this just wasn't acceptable. And I think they tried to say that it was because of like COVID restrictions and there was a red zone in place, so they couldn't sit me in a certain area. But I didn't accept that as an excuse. They first of all, they just flat out refused to give me a ticket because of my guide dog. They actually said to me, you know, if you wanted to have a person as a sighted guide, that was fine, but you just couldn't bring your dog into the stadium. And it just made me feel really like, you know, it just made me feel really not welcome, if you know what I mean.
That's shocking. That's absolutely shocking. I mean, regardless of the fact it's illegal, as you say, it's just absolutely, you know, in current times, just a terrible thing to hear. Because obviously that instance, you know, and this red zone because of the pandemic and whatever, do you feel that the accessible services and the facilities as a blind supporter, do you think it has a quality to it for you as a blind supporter?
Yeah, I must say, actually, for most of the grounds that I've been to in Scotland, the audio descriptive commentary has actually been really good. And there's only maybe a small handful of grounds where it's been maybe done by the local hospital radio team. But the majority of clubs have their own sort of commentators who have been sort of trained to, you know, commentate for visually impaired people. So they've sort of been through that training. And for example, even when I turn up to my home ground at Tannadice, you know, I walk through the accessible entrance and one of the commentators is actually there to sort of give me sighted guide to where my seat is and sort of sort me out with a headset and stuff. And you find that even in away grounds, you know, they're generally pretty good. But I think knowing that service is available is probably has an impact of whether you decide to go to the away game or not. Because if I go on a club's website, like if I'm going to an away day and I can't find any information about audio descriptive commentary, or if there's going to be space where I could sit where there's a bit extra room for Sam to lie down, for instance, it can sometimes not be worth the hassle trying to find that out if it's not available there on their website, because not only do you have to sort your ticket out, you've got to sort out your travel and assistance while traveling and things like that, which can also be a bit of a hassle sometimes, as I'm sure you're aware of as well.
On those hassle issues, is there any situations for you that you wouldn't attend an away game because of those accessibility issues?
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps if the ground isn't made accessible by public transport, for instance, that might have a big impact. So obviously, I can't drive to the away games, and quite often the coaches that the supporters buses that are put on for away games often don't have the sort of space for me and Sam to get on as well. So that can have an impact, because I do a lot of travelling to away games through public transport, and most grounds, I must say, are quite easily accessed by public transport. You might just have to get a taxi when you get out the station or whatever. But I think a lot of people, a lot of non-disabled away supporters don't realise the amount of planning and organisation that goes into even just travelling to an away game.
And I mean, that's the next question I was going to ask, exactly, that what would you particular look out for or try and research as to accurate and up-to-date information? What things are you actually looking to find out from those clubs?
Yeah, so I want to find, first of all, if I'm deciding if I want to go to an away game, I want to find out if they offer audio descriptive commentary at the game. I want to find out if there's an accessible entrance to the ground, for instance, because obviously me and Sam can't go through the sort of traditional turnstiles and stuff. You want to find out, you know, the nearest public transport links to the ground, and then you've got to sort of plan your travel on the side of that as well. See if there's train times that link in with when the match finishes, or if it's a long away day, look, see if there's maybe a hotel you can stay in, and make sure the hotel's accessible as well, you know. So there's a lot of sort of planning and organisation that goes into just deciding whether you go to an away game or not.
Absolutely. And on that point then, Joe, the final question, two-parter, is if there's a disabled supporter and hasn't been to an away game, what would you say to them today to encourage them to go and do so? And the second part is, what was your best stadium, best game that you've attended to as an away fan?
Yeah, I would say, you know, if there's any sort of away fans that maybe haven't travelled to an away game and want to, I would say definitely look to see when your club's playing away next. Maybe even try one that's maybe not too far away from you to start with. I think that's probably a good starting point. That's how I started going to away games. And then you kind of get the bug for it. You're like, oh, I want to do this again, you know, in 2 weeks' time. And you sort of start to plan about going further afield. So I think just you know, put yourself out there and definitely go for it. And for my best away day experience, it's probably going just across the street actually to Dens Park, and every time we beat them over there. So any time that we've won at Dens Park is probably my favourite away day. And on that point as well, it's literally right across the street from our grounds, so there's not really too much travel planning or that. So you can just go and enjoy beating Dundee.
I'm sure it's an annual occurrence, mate. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cheers,
Anthony.
John. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to now pass over and introduce Elena from CSK Moscow, and a member of their club, DSA. And I know Elena, having known her for a while, it was heavily involved in the 2018 World Cup and the planning around. So good morning, Elena. I know you go away following CSK, but also you've gone as a neutral fan to see other stadiums. Can you tell us what you enjoy from going to away matches?
Hello, everyone. And I could say that I really love expand my possibilities because, you know, every trip is a challenge, and probably you heard that life begins when you leave your comfort zone. So I like doing this, and actually football is a reason to go somewhere, and it's a great combination of meeting the city and the country and also visit football. So I could give an example. At the age of 17, that was my first foreign away trip, and I went to Birmingham in February. So I believe that if there wouldn't be football, hardly I would go there in February, in the age of 17, to England without watching football. So, and another example, in the same age, I went to Turkey, and I faced a lot of barriers there, but I met CSK fans, and since that time we've been known each other. It's already 11 years, so we go together to the stadium, home matches, and also keep on traveling together to away matches. So it's also another thing that I really enjoy a lot.
Thanks, Elena. I know you probably saw the facial expression, both me and Ted, when you said we went to Birmingham. So, you know, why not? Why somewhere else? I don't know. You spoke about your experiences, about the barriers you faced, you know, in those trips that you mentioned. Could you explain a little bit more about those barriers, about those you faced, and what actually they were?
I think the biggest barrier is lack of information, because I'm being a disabled person going to the stadium and without knowing information, how can I get to the stadium? How can I move inside the stadium? How can I feel comfortable there? It's really huge problem. And another thing that I mostly face is that away sector is not usually accessible for disabled people. And I also had very interesting experience in Czech Republic. I went there and I had to sit on the very good seats. Really, it was a very good sideline, and everything was fine except one thing, that I had to sit with home fans. It was fine, but when my team started to lose and the fans around started to understand that I'm a foreigner, and they wanted to make jokes and to speak to me, but inside I believe that my team will do their best. So it turned away. We scored 1-2 and then 3 goals, and we won 3-2, and then the situation changed. So I was happy, but they were even sadder because the team lost, and secondly, because I was there with them celebrating the victory. So it's interesting experience, but I could also say that not having accessible seats when the away sector, it can be also dangerous for wheelchair user or not a disabled person.
As a disabled fan, and if you've travelled with friends who are non-disabled, do you feel you have an equal match day experience, you know, compared to friends or other supporters?
Also differently, and it depends on the stadium, but I could say from my positive experience that when I went to Wembley Stadium, that was, I think, one of the best experiences in my life, because I could go with my friends to the stadium, I could go to the sector, and I was very surprised that I could enter with my friends to the sector, away sector, and actually I didn't expect this, and we could support the team together, and I could sing the songs, and I could applaud and do whatever I want, because comparing to my bad experience in Czech Republic, I couldn't express my emotions. But I believe that we go to the stadium, not like going to the theater, just go and see the performance. But I believe that we go to the stadium to feel the atmosphere and to give your emotions to even to your team. But when you see it on the other sector, you can't express it just because it probably can be not safe for you. So this experience at Wembley Stadium was really incredible and was unexpected, because I didn't believe that I could go to the stadium and be with my friends, with my family, supporting my team in a different country. So that was incredible, really.
Good stuff. I'm glad Wembley met your expectations. Do you feel that clubs across Europe, do they understand the barriers you've described, morning, for disabled supporters, and you know, particularly for those of us who are travelling as an away fan? Do you feel that the clubs themselves actually are recognise that there are different challenges, and they you know, accepting of that?
Very difficult question, but I can say that I can compare already, because as I said earlier, I've been traveling. The situation is really visible, and I do really appreciate this work, and that's getting much easier to travel. So once again, yeah, thanks for CAF, and I hope that it will be even better, and probably in the nearest future we even won't need this work, because it will be equal, so there will be no work to be done.
Absolutely, here. Your experience in the planning and you know, your role with the World Cup in 2018, what insight did that give you around the role of a disability access officer, you know, and the role they play in clubs across Europe?
The World Cup is a unique experience, actually, and I'm happy that it was in my country, and I'm happy that it was the best in accessibility, and it was the most accessible tournament ever. So that was an incredible atmosphere, and from my side, as a being disabled person, I felt really equal and not facing barriers. So that was really incredible.
Great. And a final question for you, Elena, similar to what I finished with Ted. What message do you have to our fellow fans who are travelling if they haven't ever been before, and also to the governing bodies that we sort of run the game? What message do you have for those about looking to improve the experience of disabled fans?
Just one thing. Okay.
Well, just one, but 5 if you want.
Well, I think I could say that try to welcome everyone at your stadium. And I mean everyone, disabled people and non-disabled people, because I believe that these fans who know about your experience in improving stadiums would like to come to your stadium and experience your hospitality. So from my experience, also following different clubs and knowing how they improve their accessibility, so I could say that FC Wolverhampton is really incredible. And if there is anyone from this club here, so just I would like to come to your stadium to experience your hospitality. So I think that would be my message. Just to welcome everyone, and people will try to come to your stadium to experience that.
That's great. Thanks, Elena. Thank you. Our final panelist is Niklas, who's a Werder Bremen fan. Niklas, I went to Werder Bremen in 1999, and Ray Parlour scored a hat-trick. That's how long ago it was that I was at the Werder Bremen Stadium. Similar question.
I was on the same game.
So you were there as well, mate. Well, it was. Yeah. It's a one-off Ray and Parlour hat-trick.
As a little chill, but I was there.
Similar to what we discussed with Ted, John, and Elena. What is it about that you enjoy going to away matches as a disabled supporter? And I'm aware that it's not just following Werder Bremen. It's ground hopping for you as well.
Yeah. At first, thanks for having me in the panel. Why I traveled away games is I think it's my duty to representing the honor of my city and my club as a home, as away. Before I was in the wheelchair, I was into the fan scene at Bremen, and I try to travel every away game. And I think it's for me, it's very, very important to do this. It saved my life after my accident, so I can travel with my friends. We can drive with the bus or with the train, drinking some beer and have fun at the away games. So, and over the away traveling with Werder, I go to the ground hopping because I love travel. I love to see new cities, new stadiums, new countries, and it's very, very important for me that I can do the traveling.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And particularly the beer bit, although I've stopped that going around now, but I agree with you. You told Amy from Cafe ahead of the conference that happily your health and your condition has improved, but your requirements have changed. So you've moved from no longer needing being a wheelchair user, but you can access the stadium via as an ambulance supporter. Can you speak about the difference that you've experienced in terms of both the facilities and the different information and that they give you at different grounds?
Yeah, it's make the thing very easy that I can walk now. It's before, when I was in a wheelchair, it was a very big planning to where I go to the ground, who can drive me, or can I drive at myself, where are the trains, where are the parking spots for disabled people. And now when I'm walking, it's much easier. I only book my ticket and going to the bus or to the train, and then when we are at the city where we play, I stepping out of the bus and going to the away sector. And it's much fun that I can stand now in the away sector and not need to use the wheelchair spaces in the home sector at away games. So I can stand with my friends. I can chanting. I am part of the away sector and not only a visitor.
And on that very point, what Ted said in his start of the session is around, you know, as a wheelchair user, he would love to have exactly that same experience. Do you feel that now you have that as an ambulance access porter? Can you recognize those issues that Ted sort of spoke to at the start?
Yeah, 100%. It's just, you have a friend, you have a group of friends where you've been with these people since 10, 15 years, traveling 100,000 of kilometers with them, and then you cannot stand with them in the same sector. It's very depressing to stand there alone. So you want to stand with your friends, you want to chanting the scars, you want to waving the flags, and it's one of the most thing for me for traveling away games. It's the community with the other fans, with your fan club, with your group, with your friends, with your family, and that's often it's not possible for wheelchair users.
Great. Final question for you before I open a few more to the whole group. Nicholas, what was the best game, best stadium you visited, either both as a Werder fan, but also as a neutral?
Also with Werder, the best games was the 2009 Derby weeks against Hamburg, when we kicked Hamburg out of every competition this year. And starting there, going down. But now we are the same shit like this with our club. But this was the most intensive weeks for me. And as a ground hopper, my best experience was at Olympique Marseille. It's an incredible stadium. It's incredible ultra scene. It was amazing. So you must go to Olympic. It's very, very great. And very nice disability supporters group. So they helped me with tickets, and they get me a warm welcome at the stadium and show me everything. It was very, very nice.
Yeah, I recognise that. I've seen their group there once we visited the Velodrome before, and it's the strongest coffee I've ever had in my life. It made me squeak, to be honest with you. Thanks, Nicholas. We've got a few questions on the chat, so I'll open this up to all four of you. So just raise your hand. So the first question we've got is, we'd be interested to know how much word of mouth, so my experiences being told to John and so on and so on, how much does that plays in importance that supporters wouldn't attend to a game, and whether that influences a positive or a negative experience? So how much does you don't base your decisions on the information given by the club rather than another supporter? So we would share the stories between. So John's got a hand up first, so I'll pass that to you, John.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, because I'm actually friends with a lot of other visually impaired people, a lot of other visually impaired football fans from different clubs. And quite often they'll say to me, "Oh, have you come to this ground or that?" And I would say, "No, I've never been there." And they would tell you, "Oh, well, they've got this available. They've got audio descriptive commentary. They've got, you know, a section where sort of visually impaired people might sit, and there's extra room for assistance dogs or that." And that information isn't available on the club's own website. So sometimes just having your friends or other supporters tell you that information makes you go, "Oh, you know, the next time we're playing away at that ground, I'll go," you know. So that makes a huge difference.
Great, thanks, John. Ted, yep.
Yeah, to be honest, best to be honest, other people's experiences, irrespective whether it's different to the travel information or what have you, it still wouldn't stop me going, because I would go anyway. And I find that, speaking from Liverpool Football Club, all of our wheelchair users are exactly the same. Excuse me, they're passionate, and irrespective of what's there, we are going to go anyway. And I suppose that's why accessibility and access is so important. If there is issues that are out there, you know, more than wear them out between fans, contact Cafe. contact the club that you've just visited and make it better for the next group of supporters that go. Yeah, that's the best way you can use word of mouth. You know, use it in a positive way where we can impact upon fellow supporters' experience, even if they're from a different club. Make it better for them the next time we go. That's the best way to pass word of mouth around, in my opinion.
Right, thanks, Ted. We've got some other questions for everyone. What do you expect when communicating with disability access officers from the away team? So not your own club, but the away team you're attending. What do you expect from them? Go ahead, Ted.
You'd expect knowledge. You'd expect assistance. We've just had a situation where there was a few issues when we played West Ham United. Over the following 2 weeks after that, West Ham United put great importance on what happened to us, wheelchair users, ambulance, disabled supporters, non-disabled fans as well. Through the DLO, SLO and DAO at West Ham United, they were able to address all them issues and make it better for the next team's visit, which I think was Brighton and Hove Albion. So, you know, what you expect them to listen, Anthony. You want them to have the knowledge, and especially if you can bring something to them and say, this is what we experienced last time we were at your ground. Can you fix this to facilitate us? So that's the two things, isn't it? Knowledge and assistance. That's all we ask for, so we can just enjoy the match like anyone else can.
That's great. Cheers, Ted. Nicholas, yeah, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I think it's very important that when you call the club or the ticket office, that they know where the tickets get, where the spaces is. So I have often when I when I go hopping in other countries, I call the ticket office. Yeah, where can I get a wheelchair ticket? And they, I don't know if we have any wheelchair spaces. So yeah, I think it's very, very important to teach the staff from the clubs that they know, yeah, we have so and so much wheelchair spaces, and we have spaces for blind people. And I think that the clubs must teach more the ticket office and the club informations, because the websites are very often not good with information. So it's very high in our sections that you find when they have information about wheelchair use, but many clubs don't have any information on the websites.
Thanks, Nicholas. I think Elena, you're first, then John.
Yeah, just quickly wanted to add probably flexibility. So when you speak to a disabled person, probably you will need to take a decision on your own and to, as Ted said, listen to the person and to be flexible to change the seat or to provide more services or something that disabled person requires.
Thanks, Elena. Completely agree. Yeah, and John.
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate the points that Ted, Elena, and Nicholas just made there, and also add to that make purchasing disability tickets for away fans a little bit easier as well, because sometimes purchasing the tickets can be really quite a laborious thing as well. You know, any other away supporters can maybe just go on the website, click a few buttons, and they've got their ticket. But for us, we phoned the ticket office, and I had a issue recently with a club in Scotland where I rang the ticket office to purchase the ticket, and they were like, yeah, that's absolutely fine. Can you just scan us a letter of proof of eligibility, and then we'll get somebody to ring you back and purchase it. And you know, it can take a couple of days doing that. Whereas other supporters can, just go on the website, click a few buttons and get their ticket. So I would say, maybe streamline the process of actually purchasing the tickets, and that would take away a lot of disabled people's anxiety as well about deciding whether or not to go to away games.
That's great, John. Yeah, I completely agree. Particularly the hassle of booking tickets is a pain, I think, for most supporters wherever country we're based in at the moment.
Yeah.
I want to thank all of you on the panel today. It's been really informative, and I, personally, it resonates with me significantly. I think my takeaway sort of points across the four of you is the importance of information to make some informed decisions about whether you're going to go to a game. So currently, I'm waiting to get a response from a team in Germany. I won't name them, but if I don't get it very soon, I'm probably not going to go. Because I don't know if I'll get a ticket, and I'll love to see the city that they're going to play in, but at the moment that's a decision for me. The knowledge, I think you just spoke to there, Ted, about the DAO from the respective clubs and equally the stewards, that what the facilities we have and the processes that they have at those clubs. I think that's a powerful takeaway. And Elena, your point there about the flexibility. And Nicholas, in your case, where your previous approach has been a wheelchair user to ambulant, I think that flexibility is a key point, and there's no one standard that will suit every disabled supporter, and they need to be addressed to their needs. I think it's been a great opening session for the conference. So I think we're having a break now for about 20 minutes. So go and get some refreshment wherever you are, and please be ready to dial into the next session at 45 minutes past the hour. So it's about another 20 minutes or so. And that one there is around accessibility of mega sporting events. So that's quite interesting. I don't know what a mega sporting event counts to, but we'll all dial in for that one. So thank you, everyone. The poll, we're going to run out a little bit of time on the results of that, but we'll make sure that's circulated in some of the notes and the recordings after the conference. But thank you for the time, and see you again.
Music. Okay, then I can start, I guess. Yes, welcome everybody. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, disabled fans finally got to enjoy a live mega sporting event across 11 countries at UEFA Euro 2020. We are also about to experience the first FIFA World Cup to be hosted in the Middle East. So we are delighted to welcome Hugo from UEFA and Hella from FIFA, who will talk about both these tournaments. Finally, we have a look at another mega sporting event outside of football and are happy to welcome Mark Douglas from World Rugby, who will share information on their recent commitment to ensure accessible Rugby World Cups for colorblind stakeholders. Well, I'm the moderator of this conference, of this session. My name is Frank van der Muizenberg, pronounced in Dutch. I'm a football fan for about, well, more than 40 years. I'm 53 now. I'm living in Eindhoven and I support the PSV Eindhoven. And I attended 3 big tournaments, Euro 2000, the World Cup of 2006 in Germany, and recently Euro 2020 in Amsterdam. I must say I'm also a journalist, so I reported about football from about 1989 till 2007. And also in 2002, I got a spinal cord infarction. So I have a spinal cord injury. Since then, I'm bound to a wheelchair, and I'm watching all the home matches of PSV privately, in fact. And for me, it was great to return to a full stadium when PSV started to playing in the qualifying rounds for the Champions League. I couldn't know if I missed it that much, but what occurred to me was the players were also happy that they could play for spectators, and there was a relationship really between the players and the spectators that I never experienced before. So that was very great. I was at Euro 2020. I made daily reports after a match in Amsterdam. There were 4 matches played in Amsterdam. 3 of them were by the Dutch team. Well, the reports came through very well. After the first match, the sidelines were much improved. And also what I really enjoyed was the fact that you can order food and drinks from your seat and people were bringing it to you. So there wasn't much hassle. There wasn't any hassle to go in the stadium and to wait and wave your hands till people see you, because of course you're lower. So that was very, very great to experience that. And also there were plenty of volunteers who were very friendly and were helping you with all kinds of things and asking you if everything was all right. Also my son was there, and well, he enjoyed it also very much. So that was great. I had some safety issues because some matches, mainly the match of Denmark, the fans are used to throw beer when there's a big chance or when they scored. And what I can remember, they scored 4 times. So there was a rain of beer coming down from the second tire, and there were a lot of wheelchair users there on the first tire. And well, I'm quite strong and really fast, but there were also some people who couldn't move by themselves, so they had to they were relying on the person who was with them. So that was very awkward. I don't think people were hit, but there were some nearly misses, and well, that was, I don't know how to prevent this kind of thing, because there were 5,000 Danish fans and well, they're allowed to take their beers on the stand. So, however, it was for me reassuring that disabled fans could give their feedback, which was shared with UEFA for actually where possible ahead for the next match or the tournament. Now we have a few questions for the audience to answer as we go through this session. So please do let us know your answers, and we will see the results at the end of the session. These questions are in the poll. This is the first question is who attended UEFA Euro 2020, and the second is who is planning to attend the FIFA World Cup 2022, and are there any disabled rugby fans here? Okay, now we go to the talks. First, we have Hugo Viziu, Senior Football and Social Responsibility Manager at the UEFA, who will present on UEFA Euro 2020.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Frank. I'm very happy to be here for the first time, actually, in this CAFE conference. A pleasure to share the experiences from the side of UEFA. We've prepared a very short presentation to summarize some of the accomplishments and challenges of Euro 2020. So obviously, access for all is one of the things that we aim for at UEFA's events. We have it in our DNA to ensure that disabled supporters can enjoy the matches in the same way without any barriers as any other supporter. So this event was quite challenging, and I think we can go to the next slide, and I can start by summarizing. So as you know, first of all, this was a unique format. The fact that we went to 11 countries was a complete innovation, and one that will not be repeated anytime soon. That's at least what our president recently committed to. Indeed, I guess back in 2012 or 13, when this was decided, it must have seemed like a very great idea, but nobody could really anticipate that there would be a pandemic coming. But anyway, this through its nature, it was already a very challenging event. We had different standards to be implemented across different countries, which is not bad in itself, but it does generate a lot of additional work to the operations staff at UEFA, and indeed it was rather complex. Now, to add to this, obviously we need to put on COVID, and that led to the postponement, which was the first time that a Euro had been postponed the Euro for a year. We had to put people on freeze on their contracts and rehire them again. Some were not available anymore. So all of this created some very heavy financial and operational pressures that also impacted the way that we deliver the tournament. Even though, to be honest, I think overall it was successfully implemented. Now, besides that, the pandemic itself was impacting the way that we did things, and we had to adjust our operations in many different ways, and we had to add a layer of health and safety that we were not used to in previous tournaments. So I was involved in many of the meetings on the build-up to the tournament, and I can tell you that the work developed by internally at UEFA to make sure that the tournament could go ahead as planned was much higher than we usually have to do for a normal tournament. So, but these health and safety layers of operations also led to some restrictions, namely restrictions on non-essential staff. And we really went through all the projects, all the functional areas that we had to decrease the level of staff involved in the tournament. And we were much more picky, let's call it like that, in who could actually attend the matches from an organizational perspective. This led to drops in staff, and for instance, one of the consequences of this was that there was no operational person from my functional area responsible for delivering services to disabled supporters on site. So in fact, what happened was that we had to delegate this implementation to another functional area that basically got a big increase of workload. So I was not going to say a burden, because I spoke to all of the people responsible and they were all very pleased to implement all of the operations, but indeed they had to go beyond what it was normally their scope of work. So in practice, me and my team, we were only on the stadium once, which was on match day -5 of the first match. So all of these restrictions had some impact on the way that we implemented the operations. But overall, I think I think we were successful, and I think we can go to the next slide and revisit some of these successes. Perhaps the first one is the one that might be more controversially explained as a success. We know that CAFE has provided some recommendations in terms of the number of wheelchair spaces available in the stadiums that are relative to the size of the stadium. Unfortunately, when we go to these stadiums, they are not there. We work with the existing infrastructure, and we do some adjustments many times, but we got 64.3% of the seats available compared to the CAFE benchmark. Now, you can say this is not, well, it's lower than 100%. That's for sure. So in itself, it's not what we want. UEFA aims to have 100%, but we also have to work with the stadiums as they are, and we achieved 64.3%. Now, in some stadiums we had less, in some stadiums we have more. Our goal for the future is to have 100%, but we got 64.3, which, all things considered, and considering the environment where we were working on and all the restrictions that I've explained, we consider it was a positive result. Then this was reflected in 6,442 wheelchair dedicated tickets available, of which we sold 96.6%, which shows indeed that there is a demand and there is interest from disabled spectators to attend our matches. And this is a number that I can take to my top management and say, you see, there is an interest, and we should keep on doing efforts to improve the available seats that we have, because we know that they will be used. Now, still on the side of access for all, but in another topic, in audio descriptive commentary, here we managed to offer the service in all 51 matches, which was good. We couldn't offer it always as planned in the local language and in English because of some travel constraints. So for instance, if I remember correctly, we were not able to offer English in Azerbaijan, but we managed to offer the service in all 51 matches, and we had an average use of 3.4 devices per match, which, to be honest, for me is an incentive to increase our promotion levels of the service, to ensure that we have a bigger use. Obviously, these 3.4 devices per match do not count spectators that have their own devices. These were only the devices that we actually distributed, and we know that there might be spectators who bring their own devices, but we don't have data on those. So this is the measure that I can have. Now, we also, because of the restrictions that I've spoken about, we were not able to have observers at every single match, but we had 22 matches of the Euro that were attended by CAFE observers, like I guess Frank was observing matches in Amsterdam. This also, considering all of the restrictions, is a success, because we started out with, yes, let's observe one match per stadium, and that's it. And we managed to extend this a bit more. So I take my victories where I can, but this was actually a bit negotiated, and I think at the end, with all the restrictions, it was still a positive outcome. And then, as also discussed already briefly by Frank, the input from these matches and all the observations that we managed to get, both from the stadium responsible people and outside from CAFE, led to 12 follow-up meetings. In the beginning on a daily basis, and then later on as the tournament progressed, a bit more spaced, but 12 meetings where we discussed directly with CAFE the inputs that we have received and possible improvements that we could deploy for the next matches. So these were the successes. Now, if we go to the next slide, please. In terms of challenges, because we didn't have staff on site, it was quite challenging to get all the information in advance, and that led to us having issues to publish and pass this information to the right people at the right time. Also, because we were not on site, it was not as easy, not as smooth to get the understanding of how things were really going. It was always a second person telling us how did it go, and it's difficult. It's much easier if you're there on site and implementing the improvements yourself. Then another challenge that we saw was stewards training, and here I think we are better than before, but we still have some way to go to improve services to disabled spectators. This is something that we are tackling right now, but I think we can still improve the level of service that we have provided. And then as well, public-facing volunteers training. Now, here, one of the things that we've understood from the feedback is that sometimes disabled spectators saw a volunteer, they approached the volunteer, and they had to be lucky, because if they were one of the volunteers of my functional area that were trained to deal with disabled topics, they were trained and they knew how to respond. However, if they reached out to a public-facing volunteer that was not under my functional area and did not receive the same training, they were sometimes unable to provide the right information. So this is a learning point that we got from this event, and something that we are trying to develop in the future to make sure that every single public-facing volunteer and also the stewards are all aware of the information related to disabled supporters. And then finally, another challenge that we have is reducing the number of no-shows, because we might have sold 96.6% of all tickets, but we had a no-show percentage of 19.7%. So, which means that almost 1 in every 5 tickets that we sold to disabled supporters did not come to the stadium. This might have been because of the fact that we have not managed to provide the information sufficiently in advance, and people could not plan their trips in advance. But for us, it's definitely something that we need to improve, that we need to analyze the causes and make sure that in the future we reduce this number. Going to the next slide, we have the key learnings. So I guess I can summarize it by saying it's very important to have up-to-date information. Again, it's not an excuse, but it's a fact. Things were changing very quickly because of COVID, and it was very difficult to keep information up to date and make it available, namely to CAFE for the publication of the guides that CAFE puts on their website. It was difficult to gather the initial information, so everything came a bit late. We hope that we are able to be on site for next events as well, with specialized staff and not staff kind of trained last minute to perform certain actions. And because I believe that we have a higher sensitivity to disabled access topics. We need to promote more the services. I mean, it's I am not satisfied with having on average 3.4 devices of ADC devices, audio descriptive commentary devices distributed per match. It's a lot of work that we require internally for our colleagues, and you can argue it's if the uptake is not very big, we still have an obligation to offer it, but then this service is challenged by our top management as well, because they say it's a residual service, which it should not be the case. It should be the case is that we should be aiming to increase the reach of the service, and therefore we need, I believe, to do more promotional work to ensure that more visually impaired spectators are aware that this service is available and join the matches. For example, the same thing also for spectators with mobility impairments and others. Then also, I think we need to improve our ticketing customer services service. And here perhaps we need to have someone more specialized or dedicated to disabled supporters that can give probably faster answers customized to the needs of disabled spectators. And then we have other learnings. Like we offered a buggy service for people with low mobility that was very well accepted. Some venues, not all, had a wheelchair loan service for people even with temporary mobility issues that I believe we need to make it universal. We can also do more to activate local networks of disabled spectators. We probably need to rely on the local knowledge of each city or country where we go to mobilize disabled spectators to join our events. And also one thing that we are going to focus our attentions on is the accessibility, not only for spectators, but also for staff, where we also had some issues. And I think the topic is not yet being treated with the way that it should, but we've identified it and we are actually creating a plan to address it. So more or less, that's it. I hope I've not bored you too much. I hope it has been interesting. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Yes, Hugo, thanks for your story about Euro 2020. There's a question, you mentioned the 64.3%. How high is that compared to previous Euro tournaments?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of the values before, but I do believe that we have increased. Unfortunately, I can answer that separately, but I don't have the data at the tip of my fingers. I think one thing is for sure. It might even be, and I need to be honest, it might even be that we have gone down from France, but the fact is that France has probably higher standards than some of the countries where we've been in Euro 2020. In Germany, I expect this value to increase again, because again, it is a country that is more used to these topics. We should not forget that some of the countries where we've been don't have a culture of participation by disabled spectators. Therefore, this is an average, and again, I can tell you that we had this average goes between around 30% in some stadiums and 80% in some stadiums. So it's I can definitely get this number by heart, but for us, we kind of feel that it was a success story considering the context in which we organized the event. But I don't know if the number went up or down by heart. I can check it.
Well, again, thanks, Hugo, for your story, which was very interesting. And now we have Hala. She's a diversity and accessibility manager at FIFA, who will tell us what to expect at the FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar.
Thanks, Frank. Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone. And thanks for joining us on the panel today. It's really a great opportunity to speak with you all and share in terms of what we have in store for the first World Cup in the Middle East, which is very exciting, especially being somebody with Arabic heritage, getting to see things happen out here and the changing cultures. But I guess we're all here because of one thing, and that is in terms of making sure that football, the beautiful game, is accessible and inclusive and barrier-free to anybody who would like to come along. And maybe I'm quite biased as well, sorry Mark, but I think that football has that reach. It has a global reach and unifying force like no other sport. And the FIFA tournaments especially, they are probably an example of some of the most exciting sports tournaments in the world. And everybody, not to sound arrogant, but everybody knows what the World Cup is, what football is, even if you don't like football. So we're trying to get as many people on board, convert them over as well, and just get as many people to enjoy the game. So in terms of the World Cup itself at FIFA, and part of my role as Accessibility and Diversity Manager, is making sure that our events are as accessible as possible. We've made huge improvements over the past few years to make sure that we can implement more projects, more initiatives, more opportunities for people to come along and not just run the same as what we always have, but enhance those opportunities. So like Hugo was saying, take the learnings from previous tournaments and make them even better for tournaments going forward. For us, in terms of accessibility and inclusivity, it's a human right. It's a basic human right to be able to come and enjoy the sport. And it's an underlying principle across all of the work that we do, all of our tournaments, externally in terms of, but also internally at FIFA itself. It's enshrined in our articles as part of the FIFA statutes. But I think where you probably see the biggest impact and the biggest examples is through the tournaments themselves. So I am out here in Doha. We are working on the FIFA Arab Cup in preparation for the World Cup happening next year. And it's really an opportunity for us to be able to test some of the things that we want to implement and make sure that we can fine tune and get things right before we kick off next year. But if you look at even the broader picture, the broader context and landscape for accessibility and inclusivity for our tournaments, it's something that we've aspired to embed and committed to embed from bidding to hosting stage. So at the point that a nation wants to bid for a World Cup, we have set requirements that outline what we expect and set standards to be able to bid and then to be chosen and evaluated as part of becoming a host country or a host city as part of running the tournaments as well. It's really important for us to provide those equal opportunities. And I think as part of Qatar for the World Cup, we also have our sustainability strategy, which really outlines in terms of our goal and our commitment to making sure that our tournament, and specifically this tournament, is inclusive and accessible as possible. And not just for the time being that the tournament is running within the country, but leaving a legacy as well going forward for the country, for the region, and the people who live here and get to enjoy the sport after the tournament is finished. So to achieve this objective, it's not only ourselves that are working. It's really important in terms of what we have learned from past events is the partnerships with key stakeholders. We have FIFA, but also working in partnership with the Supreme Committee, the host country itself, and Q22, and different stakeholders such as the Accessibility Forum, where we engage with local disability groups as well to get feedback, for consultation, for engagement, to understand what the landscape for them looks like right now and what they would aspire for their country and how we can also improve things there. So using the tournament as a bit of a catalyst to move things forward, but also working with stakeholders like CAFE to be able to improve and take their learnings and their feedback from disabled supporters to see how we can also embed those to improve the tournaments that we do. In terms of the solid examples, we probably work across the 3 areas, which is infrastructure. And I think we've been really lucky in Qatar that we've had the opportunity to really have new stadiums built. And I think Hugo was saying sometimes it's really difficult to go into old stadiums and you just have to work with what you have there. And sometimes it's not the perfect situation. But for Qatar, we did have that opportunity. We have had an opportunity to really push the limits and see what we can have as part of that. So we do have your standard in terms of what you would expect when you go to the game, whether it's the accessible routes, the golf buggies, the wheelchair escorting services. We have now 5 types of accessibility seating. So we have the wheelchair user places, easy access standard, easy access amenity, easy access extra width. And just now, for the first time ever, you probably heard Joyce this morning talking about the opportunity for sensory room tickets and wheelchair accessible sensory rooms as well. So as part of the Arab Cup, we are piloting one sensory room with the objective to offer it in 3 stadiums for the World Cup next year as well. So that's as well in partnership with the host country and Q22 as well. Accessible toilets is something that is really key for us as well, and making sure that the standards are not just met with regards to Europe, but again, looking at the broader global context and making sure that those standards are set within these stadiums for the future generations to enjoy. We also have the accessible ticketing program. So from start to finish your journey, when purchasing tickets online to getting to the stadium, again, a lot of lessons learned through that, and something that we're still trying to improve, but also using CAFE's support and expertise and guidance from a proof of eligibility point of view for those tickets to mitigate any fraud, or to make sure that the right people are getting to benefit from those tickets and enjoy the tickets as well, and enjoy the games. Another element is something that we're really pushing is the changing places toilets. It's something that we've never really had at previous FIFA tournaments, and something that we're really trying to embed. And within the stadiums in Qatar, we have managed to achieve, in terms of, for most stadiums, the changing places toilets, which should obviously open it up to a wider audience to be able to come and enjoy the games at the same time. And it's not naive of us. We are planning for future tournaments to really communicate a lot more. I think that's something that we might have been lacking on, but to let fans understand the opportunities that are available, and obviously through the spectator guides, which we've released for previous tournaments, to obviously replicate that and share that for future tournaments as well. From a services perspective, again, we're doing a lot in terms of the training, which Hugo mentioned, the importance of training and capacity building for not just the workforce that we have, but the local communities that we work with, the volunteers that come along. And that's an opportunity for us to change attitudes and behaviours, and also build capacity. So once we're gone, Elena's the perfect example from Russia, that expertise is left behind within the country to work on maybe a club level or a member association level, but to carry on the work of making sure the infrastructure services are as accessible as possible. For Arab Cup, we're also testing in terms of audio descriptive commentary. We have had it since 2014 in Brazil, in many languages, in the Women's World Cup in France. But for the first time ever, as part of Arab Cup, we are delivering it in Arabic, which has been a real eye-opener in terms of how many people are benefiting from it. And we completely understand as well Hugo's point of view in terms of the uptake. And it's something that, as part of the pandemic, we were really worried in terms of how many disabled supporters would feel confident enough to come to the games to enjoy the games. But we have seen a higher uptake of the disabled supporters coming, and especially using the audio descriptive commentary service. And this time it's something that can be accessed on your phone, whether you're in the stadium or out with the stadium as well. You can also have that opportunity to tune into the games and enjoy listening to the commentary, and feel as if you're part of the game in the stadium as well. As well, another aspect is assistive listening systems and induction loops within the stadiums, to make sure that customer service points have those as well, and that we're opening it up, and we're really trying to understand how we can make it more accessible for a wider group of disabled people and people with limited mobility coming for future. So that's a rundown, a bit of a background in terms of the different types of offerings that we have planned for the World Cup, and what we're expecting to do. And I hope you don't mind me going a bit rogue, but I'm actually, it's hard to sit in the stadium and not be able to share the experience with you guys. So I'm going to give you a little taster if I go out and show you some of the things. I'll be very quick. So I am in Ras Abu Abud Stadium, which was operated for the first time last week. And this is, oh, it's not helpful that it's blurred out in the background. But if I maybe show you to the side, we already have the wheelchair user spaces next to me, located on all tiers of all the stadium, being able to enjoy it, and all the services and the infrastructure that I mentioned before is also available at the stadium. And I'm really excited and hope that a lot of you are excited with me and wanting to come and join next year with us at the World Cup as well.
Okay, thanks, Hella, also for the impression you gave.
The field tour.
Okay, thanks from Doan. Yes. Finally, we look at another international sport working on accessibility and welcome Mark to the stage. Research Turf and Equipment Manager World Rugby, who will share what they are. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank, will you?
Yeah.
Sorry, thanks. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for inviting me to present on the panel. Before I start, I'd just like to say I'm a white 42-year-old male with longish brown hair, and in the background is a green and blue picture from the Women's Sevens World Series. I suppose World Rugby are a lot sort of newer to this space, in particular around having sort of formal processes around accessibility and inclusivity. And I think we took an initial approach to this in terms of our accessibility space to look at colourblind awareness and to make sure that we are doing as much as we can to make rugby as accessible to everybody as we can. Rugby obviously run a number of tournaments, Rugby World Cup being the premium tournament within the sport. But there are other sports that World Rugby don't manage, such as the Six Nations, European Rugby Championship, the Super Rugby down in the Southern Hemisphere. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to influence the people who do organise those competitions to follow suit, to come with us in this journey of trying to make the sport as accessible as possible. So I suppose from a colourblind awareness thing and our perspective, and I'll cover off Rugby World Cups in a couple of minutes. From a colourblind perspective, we've decided to focus on, if you like, the low-hanging fruit, and that's on the field. It's the things that are easiest to affect change and to convince people to bring people with you. And some of the press that we've gotten since we launched our colourblind awareness guideline has been very much particularly in this area. I suppose the poster child for colourblind awareness and the trouble that people have is Wales against Ireland, happening every year in the Six Nations. And there's every year there's a backlash, if you like, saying that people can't watch this game because of the green against red colours on the field. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to convince everybody within the sport to maybe look at other options to combat these issues. I think the initial bit of press that got the guideline on the map was a month after we launched it, actually. And it was a claim that World Rugby were going to ban green and red jerseys at the World Cup 2027, which wasn't quite the truth. It was more a case that we're trying to encourage people to look at alternative options, to see, okay, there's a clash here, how can we maximise the game for it? So the other area that we're working on initially, at least, is in coaching and training, and trying to make participation in rugby not just on the field, but in the training ground, as high as possible. To try not to alienate people and try to make sure that we bring them in. So from a Rugby World Cup perspective, and I suppose from a Sevens World Series perspective and a Women's Rugby World Cup, which we also call Rugby World Cup, they're the three main tournaments that World Rugby run. There's been a bit of a change in how those tournaments are going to be run. So for 2021, being played in 2022, which is the women's version, and for 2023, there's obviously contracts, agreements, delivery decisions have been made long in advance of those competitions taking place. So by now coming in with requirements, it either means accepting that they're not going to happen or trying to affect change as much as we can in what decisions are still to be made. And we're trying to balance that out. So there's some agreements that are made that means we can't change anything, in some areas that we can. Looking forward for 2027 and for the Sevens World Series from 2022-2023 on, I think it's a little bit easier for us. For the sevens, because we run that entirely ourselves, it's basically we can make those decisions ourselves. For 2027, there's a big change coming in the delivery of Rugby World Cup, where World Rugby are taking over as chief organisers of the tournament. So for 2023, there is a group, France 2023, the organising committee, who make all the on-the-ground decisions with our blessing. So for 2027 in Australia, that's not going to be the case. There will be a team led by World Rugby from the start in order to deliver that tournament. Obviously, as Hugo pointed out, we have the same issues around following in stadia, where we may not always be able to affect change the way we'd like. Hopefully, that will change in terms of if we have enough time to be able to convince people to do the right things if the right facilities aren't in place. I suppose from a colourblind awareness perspective, the other areas that we can affect change pretty easily are around ticketing and the marketing side of things. Just to touch before I finish off on the other areas, I suppose, as I said, colourblind awareness is the first step in this journey for us. It has already meant that we have sort of started speaking a whole lot more about the other areas, accessibility, which obviously Rugby World Cup have already started to approach, but in other tournaments. I think it's important that whatever we do at Rugby World Cup needs to trickle down and become the norm in the tournament. Audio description is another thing that we've discussed. I suppose the advantages that rugby have is that we already have an audio delivery during games in stadium and through broadcasts, and that's through referee microphones. In the stadium, you can listen to everything the referee is saying. No, that's not the same. Being a referee, having been a FIFA assistant referee in a former life, I think it's probably a good thing that FIFA don't listen to the referee, considering some of the conversations that have gone on. But I think it allows us to link into existing technology and to maybe bring both sets of technology forward in trying to make life easier for people with accessibility issues. So just to summarize, we're very, very early in this stage. We've only launched the guidelines a couple of months ago. I think it has been used as a catalyst to try to speed up our process, among other things, to try to maximize the accessibility for both World Rugby tournaments and for the sport as a whole. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mark, for your story. I think we don't have that much time, but we have time for the poll results. I asked some questions at the start of this session, and I think we can bring the poll results in now. Okay, yes. Well, 1/3 of the visitors attended Euro 2020. Okay. And 8% is planning to attend the FIFA World Cup 2022. And there weren't any disabled rugby fans. Well, there surely will be, but
we'll convert them, Frank. It's fine.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Well, I don't think there's any time left for questions, but I learned that Cafe Football will follow up with frequently asked questions. So thanks all the panelists for their stories. Very interesting. I learned a lot more. So I guess everybody learned, well, a lot during this session. I think we have to close the session now, and we take a look at what other sports are doing to improve access and inclusion. So make sure you click join on the next session, and thank you again.
Hello and welcome to this CAFE conference session. We will focus on other sports around the world towards total access, where CAFE's work is mainly focused when football, other sports are recognizing the value of improved access and inclusion for all. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Lucas Dont, and I will be moderating this session. I'm a white young male, and my pronouns are he or him. I also participated in the Football for Leadership program in 2019, which is a unique program to promote employment and entrepreneurship among people with disabilities in the world of football. And I'm also a wheelchair basketball player at Silham Lions in Belgium, so I'm really looking forward to this session. Today, we will hear from Daniel Feinberg, representing the NBA North America, and Thomas de Smet from Inter Vlaanderen in Belgium. We invite you to join the discussion on social media using the hashtag Total Access. There will be time to take questions later on in the session. So, Daniel, let's come to you first. Could you tell a bit more about what the NBA is doing around accessibility and inclusion?
Well, first, I want to thank you and Cafe for having me on this program. Really excited to be able to talk about our work. To your question, the NBA is proud to have partnered with an organization called Culture City, which allows for venues in large arenas to be certified as sensory inclusive. And what we mean by sensory inclusive is a space that offers permanent and daily accommodations for those with sensory needs. And when we talk about sensory needs, we're not just talking about families living with autism. We're really referring to families who are living with Down syndrome, PTSD, early onset dementia, blindness, and hearing loss, as well as ADHD. And so there's a very large subsection of the population here in America that deals with one of those disabilities. And so what we've done is we've partnered with this organization to make sure that our arenas are inclusive and accessible to those families.
Thank you. And have you seen also popularity in these sensory rooms? When they were first used, have you seen a rise in people using them? Could you tell a bit more about that?
Yeah, and I'll speak to that in two fronts. First and foremost, at the beginning of our program, around 3.5 years ago, we really only had one arena certified as sensory inclusive. Since that time, all of our arenas have become inclusive families with sensory needs. And what that means is, first and foremost, they provide sensory bags to all those who need it, right? So they'll walk into the arena and they'll check them out. Those sensory bags include things like noise canceling headphones, weighted lap pads, fidget tools, and anything that family may need to feel comfortable. Separately, 15 of our arenas have built out specific sensory rooms, which is essentially a quiet room for folks to go to if they're overwhelmed by the sounds, the lights, the smells of the arena. And to your question, we average around 5 to 7 families that use the sensory rooms every game in every arena. And so that's 5 to 7 families for all 30 teams in 82 games, right? Or 41 games, where we're talking about home games. And so the answer to your question is it's been incredibly popular. And not only has it been popular, it has really allowed us to sort of tie back to the business goals, right? When we're talking about using a social responsibility initiative to uplift what the business is doing, this is a prime example of that. And we are incredibly proud of the work that we've done.
As a big basketball fan and also a basketball player, I have to ask, how is it for a disabled fan to follow an NBA game?
Well, I think it's one that is ever evolving, but it is an experience that is inclusive for everyone. Obviously, here in America, we have the Americans with Disability Act, which provides a baseline of what every arena needs. But of course, there are opportunities to grow our game and to make our game more accessible, and that's what the NBA is doing. But we are just thrilled with the work we've done in the sensory inclusion space, because that, to us, is a subsect, again, of the population that ordinarily would have to leave a game early or not even come at all.
what does the future hold for the NBA and its disabled fans?
It's a great question. The one thing I'll say is we'll never be done in this space, right? We will always be working to push the boundaries of what is possible and to ensure that everyone feels safe and can have a wonderful time and wonderful experience watching the NBA, whether it's on TV at their homes or in our arenas. And so what the future holds is us continuing to push the boundaries of what is possible to allow for fans to feel like the game is meant for them.
I think that's a great takeaway. Thank you, Daniel. Maybe last question to round it off. Basketball and the NBA in general is hugely popular around the world. What advice would you give to other sports working on inclusion and accessibility?
Well, the advice I'd give to other sports leagues and teams around the world is lean into what you're good at and sort of understand where your strengths lie and also your weaknesses. For example, in the NBA, our strength is with our players. It's who they are, what they do, not just on the court, but off the court, right? And so when communicating our sensory inclusion initiative and how important this is, we tie directly back to players who either have a family member living with a sensory need or know someone with a sensory need. So, for example, Joe Ingles of the Utah Jazz, who is Australian, has a son on the spectrum. And so we've really leaned into telling that story to raise awareness about families living with sensory needs. And that has really allowed us to connect with fans around the world. And so my advice is to lean into sort of telling those stories, because that is particularly what fans are looking for, those real stories that they can connect to.
Thank you. That's really a great story, Daniel. And also, I think storytelling-wise, it really attracts people to take a notice of this. So thank you for this. And maybe as a final message, what would you take away from this session to everyone working around accessibility and inclusion?
Well, I would simply just take away that it is incredibly exciting to see this conference taking place and to see people coming together to talk about accessibility. As I mentioned before, there is no end to this conversation, but at least having it is a positive one and really exciting for me and for the NBA.
Thank you, Daniel. Now let's go over to Thomas de Smet. Thomas, can you tell us a little bit more about Inter Vlaanderen and what the works that you do with Inter Vlaanderen?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you for having us and letting us promote the work we do. I am Thomas de Smet. I'm a white man, unfortunately already in my 40s, dark brown hair and a stubbly beard. Inter is a non-profit organization in Flanders. It's the northern Belgian region. We are an expertise center on accessibility, but we also give support to governments, to architects, building contractors, but also organizations and organizers of events. So we always start with advice on how to make things accessible, but we can also support them by helping in promotion, in communication, providing services just like audio description, sign language interpreters at events, provides educational sessions on assistance and communication to disabled persons. And we have more than 600 volunteers that can assist disabled people at those events. So me personally, I'm accessibility manager at Inter. I'm responsible for mainly sports and events. So I give advice and support on accessibility of cultural events, music festivals, and more specifically, sports like football and cycling.
Thank you, Thomas. Inter recently supported the World Cycling Championships held in Belgium to improve the experience of disabled fans Can you tell how this partnership was established and some of the work you did around the championships?
Yeah, well, for more than 10 years now, I guess, we work together with Golazzo and Flanders Classics. That's two big organizers of cycling races in Flanders. And they together were also the organizing committee for the World Championships cycling past September in Flanders. So they wanted to be very ambitious on sustainability, on accessibility, and so they asked us to give advice and support to make these championships very accessible. So we started with a meeting with them, with the organization, where we discussed every aspect of accessibility of the World Cycling Championships 2021. And we started making plans to make this event as accessible as possible. And then we always focus on 4 different aspects of events. First of all, communication and information, as well beforehand as at the event itself. For example, we had a special page on accessibility at the official website, Flanders 2021. There was a registration form for disabled people who wanted to use different facilities at those different locations. We communicated to all kinds of disability organizations in Flanders, so we tried to have a clear communication and information on the event and on the accessibility of that event. Secondly, we focused on mobility, so we provided parking spaces nearby at every starting and finish location of these races. We had communication on public transport and the accessibility of that public transport. We had also volunteers who could help people, disabled people, from the parking lot or from train stations, for example, to the event or to specific zones for disabled people. And then thirdly, we also focused on the accessibility of the venues itself. There were 4 starting and finish locations of the championships for time trial, but also for road races. So we had Knokke, Bruges, Antwerp, and Leuven, the 4 cities who were starting and finish locations. So we had to make sure there were accessible routes, accessible toilets nearby, cable trays, slopes. So very in detail tried to have accessibility of the venues itself. And then last but not least, the equal experience for disabled fans. That's a thing we also try to focus on, not only the physical accessibility, but also things like wheelchair users at every wheelchair stages, sorry, at every start and finish location. Sign language interpreters at every ceremony. There was induction loops. So people with a disability could have an equal experience of that event themselves, whether they were visually impaired or had a hearing aid or had a physical disability. So we try to have all those efforts to make sure lots of disabled cycling fans could have a fantastic championship.
Indeed, because many people might think a cycling event, particularly a road race, would be very hard to make it accessible. But how do you think we can raise awareness that also a disabled fan can enjoy an positive experience during, let's say, a cycling race?
Well, it's very important for us in the advice we give and every aspect of supporting organizers is communication about the accessibility of those events. So that's always for us a big focus. So when we work together with those partners, first thing we do is to make sure they communicate about accessibility, to have everything on accessibility on their website through social media, so people can find the information and can be sure that they can attend these events, these sporting games, road races, and do that equally. Just like other supporters at those events. For example, we don't only communicate about those accessibility facilities, but we can let them register in advance. So we make an online form where disabled people can ask for parking tickets, for a place on the wheelchair stages, for induction loops, and so on. And that way we can, a few days before the event, for example, send them all the information they need specifically in their situation. So that's something we do to try to raise more awareness on accessibility, so that disabled fans can find information and attend those races.
Thank you, Thomas. You also mentioned Inter is also active in other sports. You mentioned football. Could you tell us some more about that?
Yeah, indeed. We help in the works we do. We help every organization that could use advice and support on accessibility. So a building contractor, event organizer, a sporting club, everyone, we try to help them and give them advice on how to make their events, their organizations, their buildings accessible. We are very active on the field of events like music festivals, theaters, and in sports, as I mentioned before. Yeah, in football, we give advice on stadiums, facilities for disabled people. We do the coordination of Insight, that's the National Disabled Supporters Association in Belgium. We provide audio descriptive commentary at every home game of, I guess, five different clubs in Belgium. Also the national team of the Belgian Football Association. And then we have those inter-volunteers giving assistance to people, as for example, home games of the national team of A-Agent is one of the bigger clubs, also where we have at every home game assistance volunteers of Inter. Giving assistance to disabled supporters. Then also in other sports like athletics, where we have volunteers at the Diamond League Memorial Van Damme in Brussels. So a wide range of sports and types of events.
Thank you, Thomas. I think Inter is really doing a great work promoting inclusion, and accessibility in Belgium. So thank you very much. We also have some questions of the audience. Let's go over them. It's a question for Daniel. Do disabled supporter group exist in basketball or other sports? And if not, how can you reach disabled supporters best when they are a fan of let's say basketball?
Well, to start, unfortunately, specific disabled supporter groups don't necessarily exist in the United States, but we do make a concerted effort with our teams to reach out to nonprofit organizations or community-focused organizations to rally, groups of disabled fans to either come to games, experience games on television. And so we are continually working on the ways that we can be creative around engaging those fans, because it's super important, not only for the disabled population, but just for the game overall. The more people watching the game is better.
Thank you, Daniel. Another question about the sensory room. Let's say if there's a lot of demand for a sensory room, how do you decide, okay, this person can use it or this family can use it? What are the criteria for that?
There is no criteria for needing to use the room. If you feel like you need to use it, you are more than welcome to use it in those 15 arenas that have the sensory rooms. What I will say is, in some cases, there has been a line created, which is a testament to our work and a testament to the need. And so what some arenas have done is set a time limit for folks when they can use it, because at the end of the day, if there are too many folks in the sensory room, then it sort of defeats the purpose. And so, it's incredibly important, but we lean on our teams to create those policies to ensure that everyone is able to use it if they need to.
Thank you, Daniel. Now, a question for Thomas concerning the World Cycling Championships. were also disabled people employed or volunteering during those championships?
I'm not sure if disabled people were at were a volunteer at at championships themselves, but we have numerous volunteers that have a disability at Inter. So not specifically, I guess, at those championships from in September, but we have several disabled people being assistant, being volunteer on different festivals, events we do. So.
Thank you. Now, maybe a question for both of you. We already touched a bit about it. How can sports learn from each other to ensure disabled people have access to all sports? Daniel, maybe you can start, or?
It's a great question, Lucas. What I would say is it's incredibly important that we don't become complacent on this issue, that we continue to push ourselves and push the boundaries. One of the ways to do that is looking at other sports and see what they're doing. A lot of innovation comes out of various sports leagues, whether it's in Europe or Asia. And so continuing to monitor that innovation and finding ways that where we can incorporate some of those changes into our game is utmost priority to us. And so that's why conferences like this are so important for us to participate in and to listen and to be a part of, because at the end of the day, we have a long way to go. I've said this so many times. We have a long way to go in this space. All of us do. And so we can't stop now. We can't be complacent.
I have to follow what Daniel says. Accessibility is very important in every kind of sports we do. Is it in a stadium or is it somewhere on the field, like in a cycling race? Accessibility is everywhere the same. You have to work on communication. You have to work on that equal experience for disabled fans. You have to work on the accessibility of the venues. Is it a stadium or is it somewhere as an event? So that's an important issue for everyone. And then indeed, learning from each other on conferences like these. Audio descriptive commentary, for example, is something you can do in football, but even in rugby, even in cycling, even in other sports. So it's something we can learn from each other and then implement in every event or in every sports.
Thank you both. And maybe a question for Thomas as well. How does Inter Vlaanderen engage club and other sports when they are maybe not so keen to work together, or maybe they forget to work around inclusion, or it doesn't cross their mind? They might also have supporters with a disability.
Yeah, that's an issue we have in Belgium. We are, as an organization, we need to be asked to help them, to advise them, to support them in going for accessibility. So we are prepared to do that for clubs who ask us. But on the other hand, we notice that lots of clubs don't do that, don't ask us for advice, or don't go far enough in tackling accessibility. So that's another way we try to work on accessibility is through the coordination of Insight, for example. We do the coordination of Insight as the National Disability Supporters Association in Belgium. So there we try to have every club in that association and try to have as many disabled fans also in our meetings, so we can try to contact the clubs from within and make them aware that accessibility is an important topic they should tackle.
Maybe to go a bit further on that, so imagine you guys at Inter also contact clubs yourself, or do they always come to you directly? How does that work?
It's in both ways. We try to contact them ourselves. But we are an expertise center and a support center. So when they don't want to go along, we can't do very much. Only by, for example, Inside, where we try to help the disabled fans themselves to contact their club to make sure that accessibility is on the agenda of that club itself. So that's a bit the both ways we try to contact the clubs. But it's not easy for us as an organization, as an expertise center to have every club along with us. We can only try to make them aware as much as possible.
Thank you, Thomas. Now another question for Daniel from the audience. They say it's great to see that there are sensory rooms, but what's the reason why they aren't at all venues yet?
Well, we're in the process of sort of building that out, but at the end of the day, these arenas are already built out. They only have a limited amount of space, and so it's just trying to find the right resources in the right space. We don't want to put people in storage closets, right? We want to make sure that there is ample room for families and people with sensory needs to go, and so. The quick answer is space, but arenas are always pushing to find new ways, whether it's bringing in sort of a trailer, right, that can sit in the concourse and allow folks to go into, instead of building out in a specific space for that. It's just it's something we're continuing to work on and innovate on.
Thank you, Daniel. Another great question. The NBA just launched a new league in Africa together with FIBA. Will you also be sharing this information about accessibility with this new league in Africa?
Of course, and it doesn't just end with Basketball Africa League as well. I mean, we are working to include these spaces and include these facilities. In our WNBA arenas, in our G League arenas, and even in our 2K League arenas, believe it or not. And so, again, these efforts don't stop at the NBA. We are continuing to push the boundaries of what's possible and are excited for the future.
Mm-hmm. Also at the NBA, I think you guys are doing a lot around this topic. And as you know, you have millions of fans watching your league, and I think it's great you are including all of those people. Maybe another question for you, Daniel. Let's say on the sensory room, or let's say in NBA accessible seating, how can people find out what information? Is it on internet? Can they maybe call someone about it? How do you guys spread those informations to your disabled fans?
So fans can find it in two ways. First and foremost, it is listed on every team website where fans can find sensory kits, or those sensory bags that you can check out, as well as the sensory rooms. They're also, by the way, listed in the concourse. And so we have a piece of signage that allows folks to identify where those are. Separately, the organization we work with, Culture City, has a really, really innovative and interactive application, a mobile application that allows you to identify all sensory inclusive locations in a certain city or state. And as part of that, NBA arenas are listed on that application. So we're still, of course, finding ways to communicate where those are and what those what those facilities look like. But I think we've done a fairly good job of communicating to fans planning to go to games.
Thank you, Daniel. Now another question for Thomas. We all know the pandemic has an effect of all of us. Did Inter have also any effect with their products concerning the pandemic?
Yeah, for sure. I'm most of my time goes to accessibility of events. So last year and the year before, loads of events were cancelled, or public couldn't attend those events. So that was a big trouble for us. On the other hand, for the World Cycling Championship, for example, we planned on doing an audio descriptive tour. At the start of one of the races, the pro men race, we tried to do audio descriptive tour and commentary for disabled people, for visually impaired and blind people. But we had to cancel that one through COVID. So we were infected, a lot by COVID on events. All kinds of events we did, but specifically for the cycling championship also, unfortunately.
And I also think it's important for a lot of people. It's like an outlet to watch sports events, whether you are disabled or non-disabled. So I think that's really important that we can still attend them. Maybe one last question for you guys. After the session is almost rounding up, but what would you take in consideration after we had this talk? What do you think is important now in 2021 in the world of accessibility and inclusion in sports?
In my case, I would say it's very important that people can have an equal experience, that supporters can enjoy a game with their friends in a stadium, at a cycling race, together with them, and have an equal experience just as all other fans at the event itself. So not only from home after the television, but also at the location itself, in the atmosphere of the event. So that's the main objective for us to work on accessibility, having people in there at the event, at the sporting game, enjoying themselves.
Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, sorry, Lucas. I would just say, I think it's really important. Yeah, I just think I think it's incredibly important that we remember that not only is this something that is important and good to do, but it's great for business. Having more people come to our games, experience the NBA, experience sports in general is good for business. We're selling tickets, and so the more inclusive we all are, the better off we all are. Right? So people are able to experience the game that they love, and businesses are able to sell tickets. And so it's just effectively communicating how this ties back to the overall business, I think, is super important when you're talking about the expansion of these efforts.
Thank you, Daniel, and also Thomas for joining us today, and to everyone who followed this session. We hope you found this very useful. And if you have questions, feel free to contact the CAFE team, and they will certainly help you. Now we will also take a short break, and the conference will resume at 15:45 Central European Time with a session called Total Access for Non-Visibly Disabled Fans. For me, a goodbye and thank you. And I hope you can join this session, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi there, welcome to the Non-Visible Disabilities and Conditions session at the 4th International Conference. This session will be led by me, Isabel Robbins, CAFE's research officer, and I'll also be joined by a few disabled fans sharing their experiences throughout the presentation. So this session is going to give you a bit of insight into the key findings and recommendations from the CAFE Non-Visible Disabilities and Conditions research project that we carried out last year. And as you'll see from the research findings, one of the key findings was that accessible services are used by the majority of non-visibly disabled fans, but that they face a lot of attitudinal barriers whilst doing so. So one of the things we're going to look at today is kind of how accessible services are used by non-visibly disabled fans and why they're used to kind of try and remove some of these attitudinal barriers. And then we're also going to hear from some autistic fans and a fan with OCD about their matchday experiences. So who is non-visibly disabled, or who has a non-visible condition? Well, it's actually the majority of disabled people, at least 70%, but people say up to about 90% of disabled people have a non-visible disability or condition. And this is non-visible disabilities or conditions are often not necessarily noticeable by others. And this can be because they're not physical, or the person doesn't evidently use assistive technology or equipment. So a wheelchair user, for example, would be visibly disabled, whereas somebody with dementia or an autistic person is usually going to be non-visibly disabled. And actually, some people will be both visibly and non-visibly disabled. So you might have an autistic wheelchair user, and some people also go from being visibly disabled, maybe if they're using mobility equipment, to non-visibly disabled if they don't need it on that particular day. So to give you an idea of the kind of people we're talking about when we're saying non-visibly disabled people and people with long-term health conditions, this includes kind of these umbrella terms of intellectually disabled people and neurodivergent people. This group kind of have quite similar access requirements, usually related to communication barriers. So they might need alternative accessible formats provided, and they may also need services that support with sensory access requirements like sensory packs or sensory viewing rooms. This group also includes people that have dementia who might need to bring a companion or come for a familiarization tour in advance, or people that have epilepsy who may bring a medical alert dog, or again, they might need a companion to accompany them. We're going to hear a little bit about fans with mental health issues later from our fan with OCD. And this list is obviously not exhaustive. There's a lot of other non-visible disabilities and conditions. These include people that have a stoma, people with endometriosis, or people that have heart and breathing conditions, to name but a few. And the reason we kind of carried out our research project was that non-visibly disabled people are just as disabled as other disabled people by the environment around them, but there's a massive gap in the literature. Most of the accessibility considerations, requirements relate to visibly disabled people. So for example, there are recommendations on the number of wheelchair accessible toilets in a stadium are directly related to the number of wheelchair accessible spaces in the stadium. But we know that there are far more people that require wheelchair accessible toilets than just wheelchair users. So that is a figure that needs to be readdressed and kind of more toilets provided in that case. So the research project first started by consulting with a working group of experts who had expertise in kind of all of those umbrella groups that I listed on the previous slide. And then we used the information and the guidance that we got from them to create a survey for fans across Europe that we gathered data on last year. And then towards the end of last year, we published a few reports which highlighted the key barriers faced by these groups, and then the recommendations that we would make to help alleviate these barriers. And these were published in a sort of longer form, which is aimed at clubs and national associations, and then a shorter form for fans and for participants. And we also provided this in easy to read as well to make it accessible to everyone. So if we move on to some of the key survey findings. And as I already said, one of the major barriers faced by non-visibly disabled people are attitudinal barriers. And around 72% of the participants in the survey had their eligibility to use accessible services questioned, which is quite a shocking figure. And this could have come from other supporters, come from stewards, stadium staff, and sometimes it also has come from other disabled people that might not know the reasons why people require an accessible service, such as a wheelchair accessible toilet, when they're not a wheelchair user. And some of the reasons why people need accessible services. So it might be people might need things like easy access seating, not because they need minimal stepped access, but because they need to be in close proximity to accessible concessions because they can't stand for long, or closer to accessible toilets because they require it to change medical equipment. Unfortunately, about 2 in 5 of the participants felt really uncomfortable when they actually did use accessible services, based on the kind of looks they got from other people, being worried about harassment from others, and kind of this, even just going to use a service was accompanied by this sense of kind of fear that there was going to be a negative reaction. So it's really, really key that non-visibly disabled fans are empowered to use the services that they're entitled to. And we really need to kind of recommend and ensure that education is given to other fans, but also stadium staff and stewards, who are quite often the people calling people out, perhaps incorrectly, for using accessible services. And that has to go along with this principle of not every disability is visible, or not all disabilities are visible. And kind of at the bare minimum, this can be done by adding inclusive signage. So, for example, in the picture on the slide, this is an image from accessible toilets at Wembley Stadium, and it says not every disability is visible, and then says accessible toilet, and then to kind of show that they're kind of open to anybody that might require it. They've got the sort of male toilet symbol, female toilet symbol, and then the international symbol for access as well beneath it. So it was really clear from the research, and as I've already said, a large proportion of non-visibly disabled people do benefit from access to wheelchair accessible toilets. In fact, over half of the people in the survey would use a wheelchair accessible toilet, but only about 9% of people in the survey indicated that they were wheelchair users. Unfortunately, though, about 40% of participants had experienced barriers when using them, and that included things like the facilities being unclean, misuse by non-disabled spectators causing longer queuing times. Sometimes they're locked with Euro or radar keys, which means they're not able to be accessed by people that don't have a key. And sort of the main barrier was really this being incorrectly challenged for using accessible toilets. So I wanted to kind of show you why people need these toilets that aren't wheelchair users. So for some people, they really benefit from the kind of increased space, especially if you need support from a companion when you're using the toilet, or if you need to bring your guide and assistance dog into the space with you. Other people benefit from the shortened queuing times because they might find it painful to stand for long periods of time, or some autistic people really struggle in crowds and queuing, and it leads to a build-up in anxiety. And some people also need quicker access to a toilet because they're on medications or they have conditions that mean they need to use the toilet very quickly. In addition to that, the features of wheelchair accessible toilets can make them accessible to non-visibly disabled people, especially people that might need to change medical equipment. So people with a stoma, for example, will need to make use of the shelves and the hooks to store their equipment whilst they're changing. They also need the contained sink to clean their hands and clean around their stoma. And then they would also need access to the bin to dispose of their old stoma bag. As a result of the attitudinal barriers faced, a lot of the participants said that they would be really willing to use an identification system at football matches if they were available. And actually already about nearly 40% of people had used one before. And an identification system is a way to signify to others that you have a non-visible disability or condition. And usually at football matches, this would be to signify to stewards or security staff, so that to kind of indicate that you might need a little bit of extra support or extra time, or that you require access to accessible services like a lift or perhaps a wheelchair accessible toilet. And these identification systems really range and depends on what's most suitable for the fans at your club to what you should perhaps think about introducing. So for example, in the image on the right, we've got two people from Bradford City Football Club in the UK, and they are using a lanyard system at their club, which uses the kind of UK-wide recognised inside and outside of football sunflower symbol on a lanyard, which also has their Bradford City logo on as well. And the reason that people want these is to just make their disability visible and to stop these embarrassing, intrusive questions that you often face when using services as a non-visibly disabled person. And whilst these are amazing for people, they're also not going to be suitable for everyone, and they can't replace staff training on disability access and awareness. So they should only really be introduced in consultation with your club. And I really want to stress that if they are introduced, people that choose not to wear them should also be afforded the same privileges and respect from your staff that people wearing them would be given. We're now going to hear from some non-visibly disabled fans about their matchday experiences, including the barriers that they face and some of the services that they use to remove these barriers, and how this kind of relates to some of the other findings from our surveys. So a couple of weeks ago, I sat down with a family of Arminia Bielefeld supporters to hear about their autistic son's experiences attending matches. So on the left of the video, we've got their brother Niels, who is going to translate because the brothers don't speak English. And then we're hearing about the experiences of Paul and Yanis. Paul's not on camera and Yanis is sitting in the middle, and then their mum is also joining us on the right-hand side.
So he said for him, the noises, the headaches, and many attractions in the stadium is something he can't comprehend really good. Mm-hmm. And the problem for him was he couldn't watch a full game in the stadium without nearly breaking down because of the overstimulation. Beepers and all the voices distracting him. So he can't process all the impressions he experienced in the game. And because of that, he has to go to the game very early to avoid all the people, to get his two seats very early. We're using the accessible security queues to get in the stadium, which is a big relief for my brothers. And you don't have to wait, you don't have to go and do the mass of the people. And it's fast, so you don't have to wait long. You can go in the stadium and go see what you want to see, not the people, not the voices. And it isn't so loud. We have the snooze room, I think it's called, where you can't see the field, can't see the pitch. You don't hear voices. It's a real quiet room with a sofa, and you can chill there if you are overstimulated. And that's a big relief, because you can't watch a fully 90-minute game as a artist, I think, because your brain is simply overstimulated. You can't process all the data you are getting. In this little room is a big relief. And outside the match day in the stadium, we are highly frequently using the Easy Speech, or so-called Einfache Sprache, on the Arminia website, which is helping autistic and disabled people to understand what we need for a match day, or in general important informations. Basically the whole website, but in Easy Speech. So, club has a website with all the information for, you want to buy tickets, how are the hygiene restrictions for stadium, and in the section with easy speech, it's easy without any unnecessary information. You just have the information you need, and that's all.
So as we heard in the video, Paul and Yanis face a lot of sensory barriers that can make the match day overwhelming and hard to process. And one of the ways that they try to overcome this is by arriving at the stadium early and by using accessible security queues. And these are a real advantage for them because they're quicker, they're quieter to pass through, and they're manned by staff trained in disability awareness. So this enables them to enter the stadium early and avoid the queues and the crowding that cause them problems. This was something we found a preference for in the survey as well, with about 2/3 of fans saying that they would use an accessible security queue. And for some people like Yanis and Paul, this was to help avoid these queues and crowding. But for others, it was because they'd had some really negative experiences going through general access or standard security queues. And with about 3 in 5 of them facing barriers going through this security process. This could be because being touched by strangers and being manhandled insensitively can cause a lot of anxiety for certain people, or it can trigger painful spasms in people that have chronic pain. And so people wanted to use these accessible security queues because they thought the security would be more sensitive and understanding of people and their individual needs, and would be trained to recognize things like medical devices. So if someone with diabetes has a continuous glucose monitor, to understand what that is and to search around it sensitively. And the same if somebody was to have to be using a stoma bag, for example. We also heard from Yanis and Paul about one of the key features that enables them to attend games, which is the sensory viewing room available at Armenia. And it's the only one currently installed at a club in Germany. So they're really lucky to be able to have access to this. And it's amazing that they're able to attend games at their stadium, but it does mean that they can't really attend games at other stadiums because there aren't sensory viewing rooms everywhere. The way that the sensory viewing room works is it kind of removes all of the external sensory stimuli from the stadium bowl by enabling people to watch the game from within a controlled sensory environment. So at Bielefeld, they've converted a previous hospitality box into the sensory viewing room area where supporters can watch the game in the controlled and managed sensory environment. And then sort of to the side of this, they've got a separate kind of room that's attached, and in there they can get sensory stimulation if they need it. So this could be from things like light up bubble tubes. They've got bean bags in there. It's basically a space where people can manage their kind of sensory access requirements. And the best thing is that this experience can be adapted to those who are using the room. So some people might really need overstimulation, whereas others might want this to be a really quiet, calming space. And it's important that before you're installing one of these rooms to consult your fans on what's going to be suitable for them. It might be that all the fans currently at your stadium have a preference for a certain type of equipment. And so obviously it would be great to get that installed. Yanis and Paul also mentioned that advance information was really essential for them to be able to attend matches. And this was a big topic in the survey too, with about 66% of participants saying that they would use an advance information guide before visiting a stadium. And it's vital for many people because it helps them to purchase tickets that are suitable for their needs. A lot of non-visibly disabled people won't buy accessibility tickets, but will need to buy tickets that are in close proximity to accessible services. So having good advance information about the stadium structure and layout and the location of accessible services is essential. And it also helps people to plan their match day journey and routine. If people have a bit of anxiety or uncertainty about the match day, then advance information can be used to plan out the routine and anticipate any potential barriers, meaning that people can put strategies in place before they attend to help them overcome these barriers. So, for example, in the survey, one parent to an autistic teenager said that their son needed to know as much information as possible beforehand to help him process and therefore be able to enjoy the day. And somebody else said that they and their family benefited from having good information about what was near their seating area, so that if something went wrong during the match, they would be able to kind of adopt this fight or flight plan and work out how they were going to overcome that barrier. Therefore, it's really important that this information is provided to all ticket holders in advance, including non-accessibility ticket holders, as so many non-visibly disabled people will be using non-accessibility tickets. And this should include things about how to get to the stadium, what accessible transport there is, where accessible services and facilities are, how they can be accessed, whether there's anything like an identification system in place, and what kind of services are available for disabled spectators. So whether there's audio descriptive commentary or a sensory viewing room, and how you can access this. And as Yanis and Paul mentioned, it's really important that this is provided in alternative formats, such as easy to read, which in the survey was actually preferred by about a third of respondents. And easy to read is it's a way to communicate information to autistic or intellectually disabled people, or people with whose first language isn't the native language of your country, because it uses plain language and images to make information accessible. And Yanis and Paul were using this information on their club's website to help them find out information about ticketing and kind of where they needed to go if they were going to a certain seating area in the stadium. And there's actually some really good practice at the minute in Germany on this, with quite a few clubs providing their websites in easy to read, or providing their club newsletter in easy to read. And you can see on the right hand side, the DFL have got a sort of centralized website where easy to read advanced information can be accessed about clubs in quite a few of the German leagues. We're now going to hear from Fakra, who is an Irish football fan who has OCD. He's a Dundalk supporter, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his experiences attending home and away games over the last 10 years and the kind of barriers that he faces with OCD.
I always have to get there at least an hour before kickoff. I can't not be there an hour before kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
And I get really bad anxiety if I'm half an hour before kickoff. I can't deal with it. And it's the same, I know everyone likes to, a lot of people wear the jerseys and all of that, but I have to be in the latest jersey, latest tracksuit bottoms, the latest jumper. To an extent, one time I even wore one, it was just out of the wash. It was still dripping wet. Even if I have to set one over, I can't deal with it. So it's 73 and I'm always in it. And if I have to set one to the left or the right, I can't enjoy the game. It could be a cup final and I can't be dealing with them. I start scratching at my fingers and things like that. I know the staff in Oriel Park now, where Dundalk play, they know me from coming in. So there's sometimes I'm there a wee bit too early, or they're maybe running a wee bit late and the gates aren't even open and they let me in. So they know me to see. So that's always a good help. But it's hard. And sometimes the club will put up that their tickets are on sale at 10 o'clock in the morning, say.
Yeah.
And then I'm there from 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Queuing and waiting, and then the office mightn't open it all until 11 o'clock.
Right.
And then I've gotten anxious, maybe they've sold out online, something silly like that, I'm thinking, and so they're not even going to bother opening the shop. And so it's just things like that. The club, I think, need to, if they say they're opening at 10, they have to open. It does make me nervous, if I'm going somewhere new, not knowing things, but I tend not to reach out because I'm always kind of worried that people are going to say something not take me seriously or something like that, because I don't really look like I have anything wrong with me whenever when you first see me coming, but then underneath I'm freaking out about certain stuff.
So at the end there, Fakra spoke about finding it challenging when clubs change plans at the last minute, and in the video he used the example of the ticketing office saying that it would open at a certain time but then opening later with no warning, which caused him a lot of anxiety. and stress. And this is something that happens that affects quite a lot of people with mental health issues, and neurodivergent people struggle with last minute changes to schedules. And this can cause things like meltdowns in autistic people and increased anxiety in others. And off camera, Faker also spoke about finding it difficult when the away end at another club moved, so that he would be sitting in a different area when he was going to watch his team play there. And this happened quite unexpectedly. And he basically said that this caused him a lot of anxiety because his seat had moved without any warning. And it took him a long time to feel comfortable with sitting in that area. And I kind of wanted to raise this because these last minute changes, which might, or changes to the match day routine, which might seem quite minor to clubs and national associations, actually can have quite a large effect on neurodivergent people, people with mental health issues, and other non-visibly disabled people. So any changes like this that are happening need to be communicated as quickly and in as many ways as possible in order to reach fans and enable them to rejig their plans or readjust their mindset going into a day that's going to be slightly changed. And it was clear from the video that a lot of the barriers Faker faces when his match day routine is disrupted. For example, if someone sits in the seat that he likes to sit in, or is late, or if he isn't at the game an hour early, causes him a great deal of anxiety. And like Yanis and Paul, he really benefits from arriving early. And he doesn't use accessible security services, but he does need a bit of flexibility from the club. And it was really promising to hear that they will let him in early if the gates aren't open, in order for him to be able to get him into his seat and to reduce his anxiety levels. And I really want to promote this kind of flexible, person-centered stewarding, because it can have such a large impact with very little effort on behalf of clubs or individuals. So, for example, there was a really great example in the media a couple of weeks ago from Arsenal in England, where a autistic boy went to his first kind of big football match with his dad, and they were sitting in the main stadium bowl, and he became quite overwhelmed with the sensory environment. So they decided to leave after about 20 minutes, and a steward noticed they were leaving, approached them, asked them why, realized that they were leaving due to the sensory environment, and identified that they might benefit from the sensory viewing room. So then she took them to the sensory viewing room and enabled them to be able to watch the rest of the match from that space, meaning they could watch the entire game when before they were just going to be leaving after 20 minutes. And that really highlights the importance of having well-trained stewards that know about non-visible disabilities, but also about the services that are available to disabled fans across the stadium. And it's important that these people, that everyone in the stadium is trained on this, even if they're not working in accessible areas. Faker also spoke about how he doesn't feel able to ask for support at other stadiums or for information about away days because he doesn't think that he'll be taken seriously due to having a non-visible condition. And unfortunately, this is quite common among non-visibly disabled people. And many disabled people in the survey didn't know that they were eligible to access accessible services such as easy access seating or access to lifts in bigger stadiums, and they didn't know that clubs should be making reasonable adjustments for them. So it's really imperative that clubs demonstrate that they are welcome to non-visibly disabled people and people with long-term health conditions, and that they make it clear that they will provide access requirements and make adjustments to those people that are eligible. And one way that clubs can do this is by making it really explicit that accessibility tickets can be purchased by anybody that has an access requirement, including non-visibly disabled people. So you could put on your ticketing pages, for example, perhaps use a couple of the umbrella terms from my slides right at the start to say who might be eligible, and to say that you're very welcome to have conversations with people about their individual access requirements as well. And also publishing this advanced information and publishing specific information about services for non-visibly disabled spectators can make people realise that you are providing these services. They should be celebrated. Things like sensory viewing rooms or dementia memory groups should be celebrated and promoted by the club across the website, in club media, and as well as any work with the Disabled Supporters Associations that has supported non-visibly disabled fans and spectators. These kind of changes, giving this visibility to the services that you provide and the fact that you're willing to make or to meet people's access requirements that are non-visibly disabled and have long-term health conditions, will encourage and make non-visibly disabled spectators confident to come to matches at your stadium. So that brings our session for today to a close. And I just wanted to finish by saying thank you so much for attending, and a massive thank you to Faikra, Yanis, Paul and their families for taking part in the Matchday Experience interviews. It's Isabel from the video. I'll just describe myself quickly. So I'm a white woman with blondie brown hair in my mid-20s. And yeah, as I said at the start of the last video, I'm from CAFE and I'm the research officer. Sadly, Faikra, Yanis and Paul couldn't join today for the Q&A, but I'm here. So if anyone has any questions about the research project, anything to do with the barriers faced by non-visibly disabled fans, or kind of implementing some of the strategies to overcome these barriers, then please pop some questions in the chat. I can see there's a couple of questions already. Oh, and I just wanted also to say, if you want to get a copy of the video that you just watched, that will be shared around in the resources at the end of the conference. So first question, please can you share a bit more about the lanyard system and how you know people using it are actually disabled? Yeah, of course. So the lanyard system is kind of a voluntary opt-in system for people at your club, and it's a way for people to communicate that they are non-visibly disabled or that they have a non-visible condition. And the way that it works is that clubs usually either produce their own, or they'll use a kind of common identification system like the sunflower lanyard, and people can come to the club or request them to get posted out to them, and then they can wear it on match days to kind of signify to staff and stewards and maybe to other fans attending that they might need a bit of extra time when answering a question, or they might benefit from being told where accessible services are. And in terms of how you know that the people that are using it are actually disabled, so it shouldn't be used in a kind of replacement for checking proof of disability for things like an accessibility ticket. So it shouldn't really matter if people that are wearing it aren't disabled, because all it is just kind of making it a more welcoming environment and encouraging stewards to offer that additional support if required. And because people are coming to the club and requesting it from you, it's very, very unlikely that it'll be somebody that's not disabled that's using it. And then another question. So there's not, someone's saying, there's not enough wheelchair accessible toilets in most stadiums anyway. So how can we kind of meet this demand? And I would say, that's a massive issue. There's already not enough toilets, and more and more people require wheelchair accessible toilets that aren't wheelchair users. So one of the things I would suggest is to try and make your other toilets in the stadium more accessible, because there's certain people won't be using a wheelchair accessible toilet for the size or for the drop down barriers. People will be using them because they need to dispose of medical equipment. So if you put bins across all of the rest of your toilets, the people that use wheelchair accessible toilets to dispose of adult pads or stoma bags will be able to use these other toilets. In addition to that, things like installing hooks and shelves in maybe if you've got slightly larger standard access toilets, that would also help people that need this to change equipment. And then kind of in my own experience in a previous role, I used to be a support worker for a man that was intellectually disabled, and it was a kind of a safeguarding issue to allow him to go into like a male general access toilet, and obviously I couldn't go with him. So if clubs are able to provide universal toilets, not only is this more accessible for trans and non-binary people, but also people that have to have a companion accompany them. And then, any more questions? Oh, and what kind of access information is helpful to non-visibly disabled people? So the same access information that's helpful to all disabled people, so information about how to get to the stadium, what accessible services are available, where they can access things like sensory packs, but also it's really important to offer more kind of detailed access information, I'd say, in advance. So a lot of people in the survey said that they didn't actually need sort of wheelchair accessible or easy access seating, but they did need seating that was close to other to accessible services. So providing a lot of information about the different seats or stands in the stadium enables people to buy tickets that are suitable to them. So somebody in the survey gave the example that they needed to be close to the toilet because they needed to be closer to an accessible toilet, but they wanted to be high up because they didn't like having people behind them in the stadium. So they would have to do a lot of research before going to a new ground to be able to find a seat that was high enough in the stands to make them feel comfortable, but not too far away from wheelchair accessible toilets. And okay, one more question, I think. So how important is it for clubs to provide training to their matchday stewards to be aware of fans with non-visible disabilities? Yeah, that's really, really imperative. It's so important that stewards and stadium staff are trained to recognise non-visibly disabled people and to offer the same support to them as they would to other disabled people. So in the presentation, we heard a really good example of that happening at Arsenal, where the steward was trained on the accessible services they had on offer so that they could enable that fan to go and use the sensory viewing room. So yeah, it's just really important that your disability inclusion and etiquette training does include non-visibly disabled people. And one of the ways that you can make your training more tailored to the people at your stadium is to maybe invite non-visibly disabled fans to come and talk about their experiences at the stadium, what's working for them, where they've had good practice with stewards, and what kind of things stewards could do to actually improve their experience, so that you're tailoring your stewards matchday experience to the people that are actually coming to your stadium. Okay, brilliant. I think that's it from me. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. If you want to join, there's a group discussion on kind of services for non-visibly disabled fans later, kicking off at about 5:20. And then the next session of the conference is about technology and innovation and how to increase engagement with disabled fans.
Hi everyone, we're here today for the accessible technology section of the conference. I'm delighted to have three speakers with me today that you can all see. I'm Jason Browning, I'll be your host today, and I'm the Disability Access Officer with the Irish Football Association in Northern Ireland, and I have three wonderful guests who are going to entertain you with some wonderful information today. So I'm just going to get straight into introducing who we've got today. So we have Christopher Panto, who is from Google. Christopher is the head of accessibility and disability inclusion at EMEA at Google. He leads efforts from Google around accessibility of the product, the people, and the users. He has more than 25 years experience in tech, working at companies like Apple, Sony, and Disney, where he's built hardware, software, and services for them. His current passion is accessibility at the intersection of immersive technologies of AR and VR and consumer hardware. He is the chair for the Immersive Captions Community Group with the W3C and the co-chair of the XR Association Accessibility Working Group, and currently sits on the board of trustees for the American Foundation for the Blind and for the GAD Foundation. Christopher, interestingly, also has a degree in music from UC Berkeley. So welcome to you, Christopher. Next up, we have Manel Alcaide. He is an entrepreneur with more than 19 years of business management experience in sectors related to the performing arts and new technologies. Specialization in developing projects directed to people with differential capabilities is his aim, and he also aims to achieve a more egalitarian future for everyone. So welcome to Manel. Also, we have Laura Wright. Laura Wright is the Disability Access Officer from Wolverhampton Wanderers. She's currently in her 4th season with Wolves, working on the matchday experience and beyond to enhance it for supporters with disabilities or limitations. Her aims are to help both home and away fans to access the services at Wolves, going beyond the games to encompass being a member and a supporter of football. This incorporates the full supporter journey from booking tickets through to attending the game. Anyone with a disability is welcome at Wolves as they continually try to think outside the box to help those who need it. So before we go into the rest of the presentation, I would like to remind everyone here that we have a Spanish speaker here in Manel. So there is an app called Interprify, which we would invite you to use throughout the session so that will help you understand Manel as he talks in Spanish. So now we're going to move on to the next part, which after the introductions of our wonderful guests. So really, realistically speaking, there is a real lack of accessibility in the online world so far. According to some certain studies, there is 97.8% of all websites have level AA failures, meaning that they do not comply with the WCAG 2.0 regulations for accessibility. So this obviously is a huge problem and something that we can all work together to improve and going forward in the future. And according to CAFE and Attainable's research, none of the online event platforms and only one of the online meeting platforms are fully digitally accessible. And very few companies seem to make their documents and social media posts accessible through captioning services and things like that. So I think it's very important that this particular topic could do with a lot of improvement going forward, and hopefully we will learn more from our speakers as how to improve on this certain topic. So the overview of this session really is to how technology can make the stadium experience and the football experience for the disabled supporter more accessible. There's many different ways you can do this. There's a broad range of things, whether that be accessible information online, whether that be wayfinding solutions or ADC. There's plenty of different solutions that we can use technology for. So hopefully within this session, we will learn how to motivate clubs to become more digitally accessible. We will learn the different methods of digital accessibility, and we will learn how to use technology to make contact with fans in the online world and to make the matchday experience generally more accessible and more inclusive for everyone, which I think is a goal that we all should aspire to. So with all of that out of the way, I would like to bring the panel in to discuss this now. So first of all, I have the first question here for Christopher from Google. So just to start off nice and easy, why is accessibility important to Google?
Yeah, thank you for the great introduction, and thank you for for hosting this panel. My name is Christopher, and I'm from Google. I'm a white male, pronouns he, him. I've got gray hair, black glasses, a green jumper, sitting in my home office, as just a brief description. So why is accessibility important to Google? It's actually part of our mission statement. Our mission is to make the world's information universally accessible and useful. And we can't do that if we inadvertently leave out like 1.8 2 billion people with disabilities. But as much as we've been working on this, you're never going to be done. So it's always an interesting design challenge. It's an interesting people challenge. It's an interesting engineering challenge. So the technology will continue to advance. People's needs will continue to advance. So for us, it's a really exciting space to work on. It's good business, and it's good. It's just good to do. One important thing that I think about when thinking about how you design for people with disabilities, it is how to build inclusively. Rama Girawo, out of the RA's Helen Hamlin Center, has said, if you design for the edges, you get the center for free. So as you are working on the plans for your facilities or your digital strategies, try to be broad in terms of who you want to support, because you're going to get your main footballer, fully able person anyway. But you want to have the broadest audience. You want to have the most people around with you, and by designing with them in mind, you actually encompass everyone and have the best experience for the most people.
Okay, that's great, Christopher. Thanks for that. It's actually wonderful to see that it's part of the mission statement. With that in mind, why do you believe that many organizations still don't take it as seriously as they should? So and how can we sort of help to change that mindset in the future?
I think people are. I think there's a lot of parts to this. I think there's an awareness part of it where people aren't even aware of it being an issue. I mean, at a personal perspective, I've not done accessibility throughout my career. I learned about it about 8 years ago when my product wasn't accessible. Someone came into one of our testing off. I was the lead technical program manager for Google Play Music, and a test engineer came into one of our meetings. She turned on voiceover, and I heard button, 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 button. I asked, what's that? And she said, well, this is Google Play Music for someone who's blind. So that's stupid. How do they use it? And she said, well, that's why I'm here. So I think awareness is a part. I've been in the industry for almost 18 years, never heard of it. So awareness is part of the problem. 2, I think there's an education aspect to it. Even if you know what it is, it's hard to do it because accessibility isn't taught in schools. So there's a significant learning curve to do the things that you want to do. Or you could pay someone to do it, but then it can get expensive. So there's the education part of it. Corollary to that is it's still too difficult to make things accessible, especially if you're dealing with a website. So if you want to do it, it's harder than you want to do it if you can find the people to do it. Fortunately, in the past 4 or 5 years, things have gotten significantly better, especially since our friends at Microsoft did the Xbox Adaptive Controller. That's really brought a lot of visibility and awareness towards this. And we're seeing more and more people taking it seriously. And finally, I think there's risk or not enough risk. A lot of countries have laws about how to making things accessible. In the US, we have a thing called the ADA, which has the expectation that all public spaces are to be made accessible, but there aren't enough consequences. So you can kind of get away with it for a while, and there's no negative aspect to it other than maybe your brand or a couple of people that can't show up. But if you think broadly, if you think holistically, it's not that hard. It takes effort, but the hardest thing is really just getting started.
Okay, thanks for that, Christopher. It's obviously really interesting to see the different challenges and the different sort of aspects that would have got you to be so invested in accessibility. I think that's important to drive accessibility forward. Everyone needs that sort of investment, whether that's personal or whether that's holistic, like you mentioned as well. So, hopefully with what we learn, we can maybe encourage more of that as well. So my next question here is to Manel from Vigilify. Manel, as I mentioned earlier, is a Spanish speaker and will be speaking in Spanish. So there may be a slight delay in terms of his response to my question, but don't worry, Manel will give us a perfectly good answer, I'm sure. So I'll get on with asking the question. So we often notice, Manel, many clubs only think about physical barriers and physical access requirements when talking about and taking into consideration disabled fans. Why do you believe this is the case? And how can technology help to raise awareness about access requirements of differently disabled people?
Sorry, but I have some delay. Pues bueno, pues como me comentabas, en realidad el motivo principal es la invisibilidad de la sordera y la dificultad para entenderla. Por ejemplo, una persona con problemas de movilidad la puedo identificar fácilmente, me puedo poner en su piel utilizando una silla de ruedas o me puedo comunicar con ella para que me cuente su experiencia. Lo mismo tendríamos con una persona con pérdida de visión. Podemos ponernos una venda y imaginar que es la pérdida de visión, pero no podemos dejar de escuchar, por lo que nos es complicado empatizar y entender bien cuáles son las necesidades, por ejemplo, de una persona con pérdida auditiva. Pero además, a nivel normativo, también se ha avanzado mucho más en las barreras arquitectónicas que en las barreras acústicas, cognitivas o de comunicación. Es cierto que la legislación cada vez se va detallando más las normas, pero sigue sin estar correctamente especificadas las acciones que se deben realizar en un espacio público o de pública concurrencia para lograr esa perseguida accesibilidad universal. Respecto a cómo la tecnología puede ayudar a crear conciencia sobre los requisitos de accesibilidad, somos nosotros, las organizaciones, las que debemos de crear esa conciencia, no la tecnología. La tecnología está desarrollada por nosotros y somos las organizaciones las responsables de crear tecnologías que sean accesibles para todos y así el mundo, que cada vez es más diverso, podrá gozar de una accesibilidad realmente universal y que no solo ayuda a personas con discapacidad. Una correcta señalítica, por ejemplo, puede ayudar a un aficionado japonés a entender mejor el espacio, ya que su alfabeto es completamente diferente al nuestro y el que sea algo entendible para todos le va a ayudar simplemente por un cambio de idioma. O soluciones de transcripción de voz a texto pueden servir a la vez de traductores de idiomas. Tenemos que diseñar la tecnología pensando en ofrecer un valor añadido a toda la sociedad. Más o menos, para que nos hagamos una idea, en torno a 1,3 billones de personas en el mundo tienen algún tipo de discapacidad. La Organización Mundial de la Salud cifra que hay más de 466 millones de personas con pérdida auditiva. Más o menos es el 5% de la población, aunque la cifra puede ser mucho más mayor por el mal uso que se hace de auriculares, eventos deportivos, discotecas. Cada vez están castigando más el oído y se prevé que en el 2050 la cifra supere los 900 millones de personas. Además, el envejecimiento de la generación de los baby boomers, que controla el mayor porcentaje de riqueza que ninguna generación anterior y demanda productos para seguir llevando una vida activa, sumado a estos malos hábitos que hemos comentado anteriormente, pues va a hacer que la cifra no pare de crecer en los próximos años. Se trata, por lo tanto, de un mercado mayor que el de China. Para dar una idea de sus dimensiones, en Estados Unidos la población con discapacidad es 3 veces mayor que la población hispana, que es considerada desde hace tiempo un mercado bastante interesante a nivel de negocio. Además, por ejemplo, de acuerdo con Accenture, el poder adquisitivo de las personas con discapacidad se sitúa en torno a los 8 trillones de dólares. Se trata del tercer poder económico mundial después de Japón, Alemania y Reino Unido. Además, la legislación también les ampara, exigiendo su derecho a acceder a productos, servicios y espacios en igualdad de condiciones. Pero más allá de una perspectiva legal, son un mercado en crecimiento que está completamente por explotar. A pesar de que el 30% de las compañías americanas y el 25% de las canadienses, por ejemplo, ya afirman están interesadas en invertir en accesibilidad, solo lo hacen un 4% de ellas. Y precisamente este 4% son las que mejores resultados obtienen. Existe, por tanto, un importante margen de crecimiento entre las empresas que ya están interesadas en la accesibilidad y las que lo van a estar en un futuro por una obligación legal que está por llegar en los países que no ha llegado ya, ¿no? Entonces, en el sector público, que es el que crea las leyes e intenta dar ejemplo, en los Estados Unidos gastan 350 billones de dólares en accesibilidad cada año. La Unión Europea, por ejemplo, en el periodo de 2017 a 2020 gastó 80.000 millones de euros en el fomento del empleo y la inclusión social en uno de sus miles programas. O sea, que vemos aquí que no solo la tenemos que ver como algo que tenemos que hacer por ética y por legislación, sino que también, además, es una oportunidad de negocio.
Okay, thank you for that, Manel. I really appreciate that. It was really some interesting information in terms of the vast, numbers of of disabled people out there that could benefit from this sort of digital accessibility improvement. So thanks for that information. Our next question here again is from Manel, and it is discussing the 2021 annual sustainable growth strategy of the EU. It aims to support countries to become more inclusive. Can you please explain how this will impact the development of accessible technologies and how this will lead more organizations to look into accessibility in the future?
Pues, como acabo de decir, la Unión Europea el año pasado dedicó 80.000 millones de euros solo en el fomento del plan de inclusión y de mejora del empleo. Ese fue uno de sus múltiples programas. Además, ahora en el programa de Horizon Europe se van a destinar 52,7 billones de euros al Pilar 2, que trabaja para una sociedad más inclusiva. Estos son ayudas que van destinadas a empresas para que desarrollen las soluciones accesibles e inclusivas y hay que animar a estas organizaciones, y esto va a animar a estas organizaciones a que investiguen en estos temas, ¿no? Además, también tenemos los fondos de Next Generation. Ahora estamos ante una oportunidad única de transformar el fútbol europeo hacia un modelo mucho más inclusivo que abra la puerta tanto a aficionados como a deportistas con discapacidad. De hecho, tal y como indica la Comisión, esto es más que un plan de recuperación, es una oportunidad única en la vida de salir fortalecidos de esta pandemia, de transformar nuestras economías, de crear oportunidades y puestos de trabajo para esa Europa que todos decimos, que es la Europa en la que queremos vivir. Pero para que todo esto suceda, lo tenemos todo ahora. Tenemos la visión, tenemos el plan y además hemos acordado invertir juntos más de 800.000 millones de euros. Entonces, con estas ayudas, bien sean las administraciones públicas o las empresas privadas, van a tener acceso a estos fondos específicos que les van a ayudar a desarrollar e implementar soluciones para mejorar la accesibilidad universal de sus espacios.
So, looking towards that, and specifically with a country like Spain, what sort of obligations will a football club have in the future in terms of digital accessibility?
Y en España, concretamente, ahora tenemos lo que aquí se llama el Plan de Recuperación, Transformación y Resiliencia. Este plan tiene 30 componentes y en concreto el componente 26 es el plan de fomento del sector del deporte. Tiene como un objetivo el desarrollo de sectores específicos que promuevan la igualdad y la inclusión en el deporte. Por ejemplo, el plan incluye subvenciones destinadas a la adaptación y reforma sostenible e inclusiva de las instalaciones deportivas necesarias para el desarrollo de competiciones internacionales, con el fin de modernizarlas para hacerlas más respetuosas con el medio ambiente y eficaces en su funcionamiento y aptas para el uso, tanto de aficionados como de deportistas con discapacidad. Las inversiones en infraestructuras tendrán en especial consideración la accesibilidad de personas con discapacidad y la realización de eventos y competiciones realizadas con deportistas con discapacidad. Por tanto, además de que la legislación día a día vemos que va siendo cada vez más específica en materias de accesibilidad a nivel de que un espacio sea 100% accesible, vemos que las organizaciones ahora van a contar con ayudas para poder implementar estas soluciones que no solo ayudan a personas con discapacidad, sino que nos ayudan a todos. De hecho, el componente 26 especifica que estas ayudas no solo serán para la administración pública, sino que también serán para clubes y federaciones. Por ejemplo, una de las cosas que tenemos que ver en un estadio es que la accesibilidad no solo ayuda a las personas con discapacidad, nos ayuda a todos. Os voy a poner un ejemplo que es muy habitual. En un estadio hay una alta contaminación acústica. Esto puede hacer que las indicaciones que se escuchan por megafonía en una situación de emergencia sean muy difíciles de entender. Alertas que sean visuales o que lleguen al usuario de manera sensorial ayudarían a que esa información llegase de una forma clara tanto a aficionados como a deportistas, independientemente de que tengan o no tengan discapacidad.
Thanks, Manel. I appreciate that. Despite some of the translation difficulties, but you've done really well, so thank you. Next question is to the only person we haven't spoken to yet, which is Laura from Wolves. So, hi, Laura.
Hi.
So, the question I have here is, which way do you use technology to improve the matchday experience? I also believe you've got a video to show as well along with this.
Yeah, I will show the video just at the end of this paragraph.
Okay.
Just to start with, I am a youngish woman with shoulder-length brown hair. I'm sat with a headpiece on with a microphone. So at Wolves, we have a match day program, which is in an alternative format. So this is available on Wolves app and Spotify each match day. It's read out by our team of commentary members, and they can translate anything that is in the match day program onto an audio format. Inside our ground, we use audio description commentary, which uses the website. It uses the app, the Wolves app, to broadcast not just to anyone in the stadium, but to everyone in the world if they log on. And it's helped many supporters listen to the game anywhere, wherever they are. We identified the need for this game during the pandemic when games were behind closed doors. So we started broadcasting using Zoom. And after speaking with our media department, we soon decided to embed this into the Wolves app and on the Wolves website to reach more people when needed. It took a few days to get things going, but we got there in the end. Now, recently, we have recorded some match day experience videos. They are going live in the new year. So they are brand new. These will help the following supporters. We will help supporters with the visual need, supporters who are wheelchair users, those with sensory processing disabilities, and disabled away supporters visiting our ground. We are just going to load that one of the videos up for you to see, and you can watch that for the next minute.
Wolves Access Guide, wheelchair access at Wolves DSA. Wolves supporters raise their arms and sing in the stand. A sequence of shots of a supporter in a wheelchair entering Molineux. A steward scanning a ticket. 5 accessible entry points located around Molineux and priority access lifts available. The supporter in the wheelchair smiles as he enters a lift. He then accesses the wheelchair bays in the stand. Quick access to wheelchair bays from lifts and entrances. 143 wheelchair bays available, all with accessible toilets close by. Shots overlooking the pitch at Molineux and the accessible toilet in the concourse. Changing places toilet available. Multiple shots of the facility. Multiple vantage points available within Molineux to enjoy the game. Footage from wheelchair bays behind the goal at Molineux. Graphic appears in bold white letters. Wolves Access Guide, wheelchair access at Wolves DSA.
So we have all the other videos available. That was just one example of what we are putting on our website in the new year.
Okay, thanks for that, Laura. That's a brilliant resource, to have something like that that caters to all kinds of supporters with all kinds of disabilities as well. I think that's an incredibly powerful tool. So well done for having something like that. That's a great achievement. Although I'm not done with you yet, still more questions for you. So in which way do you use this technology to provide your access information specifically, as well as those videos? And how did you identify it? Were there any issues in the initial implementation of it?
So one of the thing we have identified is the use of social stories to anyone with a sensory need. This was identified when we were playing in the Europa League, and we had supporters traveling across Europe, going to grounds they have never been to before. And one supporter came to me and asked me if I had any pictures of the ground. So I developed the social stories for not just our Europa ground, but every single Premier League ground that we visit. We looked at booking tickets, the entrances, the queues that they face, and I got in touch with all of my colleagues at every Premier League ground in the country and asked them to send me their photos. So we put them all together with the social story pictures at the bottom, and these are sent out to any supporter via their own mobile phone before we go to the visiting away ground. We have got an example of a social story which will be available for you to look at after the session. The hardest part of doing this was getting the pictures from other grounds, but I've got them all now. and making sure that every social story was the same yet different. So, for example, they're in the same running order, such as car park, travel, ticket, entry, but the pictures were all different based on the ground that we were visiting. We also record the team sheet in British Sign Language on our main scoreboard, which is at Molyneux, and it's created a new volunteer role based on this technology. We are now having a British Sign Language interpreter into the ticket office on a match day. We are in the recruitment process for that at the moment. Once they start, they will be available during the game. Based inside the ground and ready to interpret for anyone who is deaf or hard of hearing. We hope to use mobile phones in order to do this as well.
That's great. It's great that you have so many accessible projects either ongoing or in line to work, and I think it's fantastic to see such a proactive football club, taking that upon themselves. So it's credit to you, Laura, and your team for that. And hopefully we'll see more of those projects in the future. Last question to you before I give you a break. So how do you support those fans that don't have access to smart devices? Because you mentioned, sending photos and stuff to phones. So there are supporters out there that maybe don't have access to them, or maybe can't use smart devices. So what's the alternative?
Now, we're not a full digital club regarding ticketing. A lot of clubs are print at home or QR codes on phones. We are not one of those clubs. So we support fans with no smartphones by having printed tickets that we can still post to them. We have access to ticket collections at the ground, and we encourage people to have print at home tickets. But if they can't, we can get around that. If for any reason the person needs a social story and they haven't or don't want it going to their mobile phone, I can email it if they've got access to email, or I can print them off and put them in the post. So there are ways around it all. In regards to getting that accessible information to our supporters, I've got really good links with our DSA, which is the Disabled Supporters Association. They let me know if any of their members can't receive emails, or if anyone likes printed document sending. We are aware of the fans that may need that extra help when reading information about the club, and we try and get them involved we can set up email addresses for them and help them access our online services.
Okay, thanks for that, Laura. I really appreciate it. Moving on now to a quick question for Christopher, in relation almost to the previous question, which is obviously there are barriers to a large proportion of older generation to access technology and to the internet, and also disability is generally more prevalent with the age as well. So what is Google doing to address this and to ensure the benefits of inclusive technology aren't excluding those people?
There's a number of things that we try to do, and I want to say first that this is a process that all of us here are going through. You're never going to be done because the nature of technology, the nature of our problems are always there. People's needs are unique, and you're never going to find anyone say they're completely accessible and be honest about it. So what we do at Google is we try to build accessibility into everything that we do. We try to design with it in mind and have it go through. Some examples are, we build accessibility into our platforms. So those people who use Android, for example, there's a number of great accessibility tools that are built in and are free in the operating system. If you use Chrome OS, there's a lot of great tools there, but even things that are not Google platforms, like our Chrome browser, we get a bunch of really neat features there that provide additional accessibility. For example, we have in English today, but we will be adding in future languages, we can provide captions for any audio that's coming through your web browser. So if we had a video like the one that was just shown by Laura, if they didn't have captions, we could provide the captions for you in a little box. And this box is also accessible for people using a Braille display. So we try to bring captions to anyone who needs it. Another thing that we can do, if someone doesn't bother to put an alt tag on the pictures, we can provide a computer generated alt description of a picture. So if someone doesn't take the effort to make their content accessible, we can do what we can to make it more accessible. It's always best to do it yourself because you can provide your spin, you can do your branding, and you can make it work the way you really want it to. But it's important that we as a platform maker, Chrome browsers or Android, we do what we can to help the situation where people don't care enough to do it. And that's what these are for. We also build more dedicated applications, like a really cool one for people with mobility impairments called Action Blocks. We can make it much easier for people to use this as our virtual assistant. You can press a button or speak to it and have it order you a pizza or call an Uber or call a friend. But finally, and probably the most important thing, is that we research and co-design with people in the different communities, whether it's a disability community and an elderly community, because only they can describe where the problem is and what the problem is. And because they've lived this experience, they can also help guide us to what the solution really is. So by doing this co-design and co-development, we can really create a solution that is resonant for the communities we're trying to serve.
Thank you, Christopher. That's actually really interesting in terms of the amount of stuff that you have there, in terms of bringing in your people with disabilities as well to help you develop these programs. I think that's very important and sometimes something that people forget as well. So with that in mind, how are you educating organizations on what they can offer in terms of accessible and inclusive technology?
It's hard with the expression, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I think it's really hard to have Google tell people what they can do, but we certainly haven't done enough. And I frankly think this is a problem that all companies who are making assistive technology has. There's so many great things that iOS can do that people don't know about. There's so many great things that Windows can do that people don't know about. This is really a problem for technology. But in terms of stuff that we're doing, we try to communicate with the communities that we're having relationships with. We try to let people know about the tools that are there so they know what they can do. We try to make them easy to use, they're easy to use so people can use them. When it comes to the features that we build, we partner with universities and organizations who can represent a group of disability. For example, here in the UK, there's the RNIB. We will work with them if we have something exciting. We will collaborate with them to make sure it meets the need, and we'll work with them to tell the story about why this feature is important to why it's there. But it's important that as we make these partnerships, no one is seen as being sort of they're being paid by Google to say something nice, that we don't want to impact anyone's trust factors. I come from the US. I just moved here a few months ago, specifically to help amplify the work that we're doing in accessibility. And one of the things I'm so surprised is the cynicism that people here in Europe have towards big technology. We have a lot that we can benefit, and I think that if people can understand what we're building and the benefits of it, hopefully they'll realize that there is some benefit to listening to what's possible and building on the technology that we have. So when it comes to working with the clubs, I'd actually like to turn the question onto you and maybe to this panel. What are some things that technology companies as a whole can do to make our solutions more resonant to the clubs so they could do more and implement more? Are there things that we can do to make your lives easier?
Well, I mean, I would certainly open the floor up to someone like Laura or Manel if you want to respond to that, of course.
It would be nice to have a direct link with somebody where we could have a sort of mentor in developing certain accessibility features on apps or even a special app that's created that we could send out to our supporters that is able to book tickets or book travel and see parts of the ground before people come. So that would be useful.
Okay, thanks for that, Laura. Next question here is to move on to Manel once again. So Manel, what can clubs do to make their venues more accessible, particularly for deaf and people with hard of hearing? How can technology make the matchday experience more inclusive and accessible for them specifically?
Perdonad. Para hacer los clubes accesibles hay que tener en cuenta que tenemos un sinfín de inputs sonoros a nuestro alrededor que nos afectan tanto en nuestra seguridad o autonomía personal. Estos inputs sonoros, como puede ser, por ejemplo, una alarma de incendios o una situación de emergencia o un turno de acceso o incluso un cierre de puertas, normalmente no solemos pensar en ellos como que es algo accesible o es importante, ¿no? Entonces, a través de tecnologías como el reconocimiento de sonido, podemos recoger la información relevante del entorno y enviarla de manera accesible a dispositivos personales o a luminarias que instalamos en el edificio. Por ejemplo, en un estadio, si ocurre cualquier situación de emergencia, podríamos reconocer el sonido de la alarma, hacer que ese sonido llegue a los smartphones, encendiendo el smartphone de un color concreto, con una iconografía concreta, y también que lleve pues, a las pantallas de los marcadores, a las pantallas publicitarias o incluso a una serie de luminaria inteligente que colocamos en el edificio y cambia de color en función de cada alerta. Evidentemente es muy importante que todo esto se trabaje con personas con discapacidad. Ellos son los que deben de validarnos estas tecnologías. También el reconocimiento de voz puede tener un papel relevante en temas de accesibilidad. Cada vez nos encontramos con más exceso de ruido, mamparas protectoras que dificultan la audición, que la obligatoriedad del uso de mascarillas en algunos países imposibilita la lectura labial. Todo esto a través de un sistema de reconocimiento de voz puede ayudar fácilmente a que los estadios, un aficionado pueda sacarse el carnet de socio, pueda hacer una visita al museo o pueda disfrutar de la experiencia en igualdad de condiciones que cualquier otro. Al mismo tiempo también, por ejemplo, aquí en España la legislación obliga a que se instalen bucles magnéticos para que las personas usuarias de audífonos o implantes cocleares puedan ponerlos en posición T y les llegue la información directamente a ese audífono. Y por último también pues se podrían incorporar soluciones en relación a vídeos estáticos de lengua de signos para un contenido que no suele cambiar o incluso soluciones de transcripción de videointerpretación a través de conexiones online en tiempo real con un intérprete de lengua de signos para situaciones concretas.
Thanks, Manel. Next question again is for Christopher once again at Google. So what does Google do to enhance access for disabled fans along their journey to a stadium or to a venue, for example? And what are your latest plans and projects in regards to access and inclusion?
So we build platforms that people can build new things on top of. So there's features in Google Maps, for example, that Laura can use in building, or just football clubs as a whole can build to make people understand where to go in a specific stadium or what's the best way to get there. So the technologies that are useful and have launched in EU, there's some ones that are come out here in England. There's wheelchair routes and detailed voice guidance, at least in London, and we're hoping to expand more broadly. What wheelchair routes does, it tells you via Google Maps what is the best route for someone who needs to have curb cuts to get from point to point. We don't want to send you to a place where you have to go off the curb without the cut, or to a place where there's no accessible in this version of accessible routes. And also with detailed voice guidance, where this is available, it can provide spoken directions for someone who's blind that's relevant and created by people who are in the community. So it'll tell someone if this is a busy intersection, instead of just saying, turn left here on Main Street. It'll say, turn left on Main Street, it's a busy intersection, look out. They won't really say look out, but it gives you relevant information that allows someone to make choices. Another thing that we provide is captioning. You see the captions here through Zoom. Google actually provides some really interesting captioning technology, and here's something that I'd like to challenge the football clubs to look into is, what would it take to bring live captioning to the football match? For example, as an example, Lord's Cricket Field recently provided captions to a match, and they used a manual captioner. I think in the not too distant future, you could see this rolled out to different kind of clubs. And then in some time later, with some collaboration between companies like Google and those of us who are making captions, we could train the voice models to understand sport. And then you could have a really good experience in terms of automated captions that are near instant, that are relevant to people with the right team spelled, the right last name spelled, all of the idiosyncrasies of a given sport. These things can happen with a little bit of work. So these things I think are really interesting and can provide a lot of value to our common users.
Thanks, Christopher. That's some really interesting information. Something I, as a wheelchair user, might even use in the future as well.
Come on down to London.
Yeah, of course. My next question then would be for Laura from Wolves. So, Laura, what sort of future plans, apart from the ones that you've mentioned, would Wolves have in general for their accessibility arrangements at Mology?
So we are looking forward to having more interactive videos on mobile phones or devices for people to use. We want help with our accessible tours on phones. So we deliver accessible tours in person around the ground, but we want to evolve that so people can attend tours but not in person. We would like also to set up some online mini lessons to help supporters use that technology in order to book tickets and book travel and be more interactive, so we as a club can be more digital as well. We want to improve our accessible tours by having on-screen access as well, and linked in with things such as what Christopher said. So we want to help those supporters by doing digital programs in the background. And I think linking with someone like Christopher at Google is a really good opportunity to do that. He can show us as a club how we can create routes online and how we can set up these lessons for people. So there are a lot of things we want to do. It's just linking with the right people to do it.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Laura. I think that's an interesting point as well in terms of collaboration is obviously very important between different organizations to maximize the impact of accessibility, and it's something I think we should all look to do in the future. My next question again will go back to Christopher briefly. So how do you think we can motivate clubs more to implement these solutions? Do you see a business case for that at all?
Yeah, I really think it's up to each business to understand what is their motivation. Different leaders, different organizations are motivated by different things. So I think you'd have a different argument from club to club. And there are also laws in many countries that need to be followed. And I just have to say, I'm really impressed with what Laura's been sharing from Wolves. I'm gonna have to come up and see a match there. But I'm really impressed with what they're already doing today. And again, it's a journey. We will never say that we're done, but I think it's important that people get started. So it really takes intention to make something happen that's meaningful. And frankly, if you don't want people's money, that's up to you. The business case here is a big one. Manel gave some really good statistics about the 466 million people who are deaf or hard of hearing. The opportunity is massive here. And If you don't want to have as many people come to your game, that's their choice. If someone with a chair can't attend your match, their friends and family won't go. If someone can't buy a ticket from your site because it's inaccessible and they can't go without some kind of help, what options are there? Now, not all of these options have to be digital. If you can't buy a ticket on the phone, online, have a ticket office, have someone that you can call to do this. There are creative ways to make your club, to make your organization accessible and to provide for your customers. And it really adds up. This 15% of the world that Manuel talked about is just the people with disabilities. You extend it out to their friends and to their families. You either do something or Lauren, the world's looking to eat your lunch.
Thanks for that, Christopher. So I think at this point, I've got a question for all of the speakers, really, in terms of what sort of tips and tricks would you have for any clubs or anyone looking to implement and engage digitally with their disabled fans? Would you have any advice at all?
I think people working at the clubs need to know their audience. They need to know their supporter base, what the supporters need, and they need to have a good contact where there's a voice for the club. So my contact is the DSA, and without that level of communication that we have, I would struggle knowing the supporter base as well as I do. So it's useful to, one, look at the club, know the supporters, and two, look at other clubs in a football sense or a sports sense and see what other people are doing. It doesn't matter if you copy ideas, it's giving access to everyone that's important.
Any other contributions?
Manel, is there something you want to share?
Uno de los consejos es que siempre tengamos en cuenta a todos, ¿no? Al final, algunos clubes lo están haciendo por convicción, otros lo van a hacer por legislación, porque cada vez la legislación se endurece más. Pero lo que tenemos que ver es que si nosotros creamos las soluciones desde la base, ya pensando en un mundo diverso, que es el mundo en el que vivimos, va a ser todo mucho más sencillo. Desde soluciones que ayuden a que no solo usuarios con discapacidad, sino que podamos alojar deportistas que quieran practicar nuevos deportes, ¿no? Y cada vez podemos abrirnos nuevos retos. Por ejemplo, nosotros trabajamos el tema de la accesibilidad en una situación de emergencia o en una situación de comunicación. Pero ahora se nos ha abierto un proyecto en Barcelona con un club de fútbol en el cual una jugadora que tiene problemas de audición está jugando en un equipo de oyentes. La madre es la que tiene que hacer de mediadora, interpretando en lengua de signos lo que el entrenador va diciendo. Evidentemente, cuando la jugadora está en el campo y está jugando, avisarla para que la mire y poder darle las indicaciones es muy complicado, ¿no? Entonces, estamos trabajando un proyecto en el cual estamos involucrando tanto a jugadores sordos como a entrenadores, como a nosotros por la parte tecnológica, para ver qué indicaciones tienen que dar los entrenadores a los jugadores y que así no tengan que jugar federaciones única y exclusivamente de personas sordas por un lado y personas oyentes por otra, sino que yo como una persona sorda quiero jugar y estar en mi equipo mezclada con personas oyentes, pueda desarrollarme y pueda jugar sin ningún tipo de problema. Todos conocemos los chalecos que nos miden las constantes y recogen los datos de los futbolistas profesionales. Estos chalecos pueden valer para más cosas, pueden ofrecer accesibilidad, pueden avisar a una persona sorda de que un árbitro ha hecho sonar el pito, ¿no? Al final tenemos otra serie de mecanismos y es lo que hay que ir trabajando para cada día aprovechar de todas estas nuevas tecnologías para hacer el fútbol mucho más accesible.
Thank you, Manel. I appreciate that. A quick question here to Laura that's been given to us. So how do you get sort of the support internally to create and to implement these accessibility projects? You know, and who do you work with to achieve that?
Once I think of an idea, I usually work with our media department, and they are fantastic at their job. Everybody at Wolves has got a talent for whichever department they work in. So media are the main focus. They help tell me what apps we need, what coding we need, all the things that I'm not aware of. I tell them what I want it to look like, and then they develop it and send it me once it's done. So it's that teamwork.
Okay, thanks very much, Laura. It seems to be that we're almost out of time, so I'd like to quickly thank the speakers today for all the information that they have provided. I think it's been very, very useful, and I hope that everyone watching has had some benefit out of it. I'd now like to invite all of you to attend one of the two group discussions that will be occurring shortly. Group discussion 1 is on non-visible disabled fans, and group discussion 2 is on accessibility for ambulant disabled fans. They will both start at approximately 17:20 Central European Time. And afterwards, you're also invited to attend the CAFE Awards to celebrate those together, and hopefully we will see you there. Thank you for participating in this session. I really enjoyed it. And I hope all of you guys have learned something from it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope you are having a great day. My name is Piara Power. I'm the Executive Director of the FAIR Network. We work within football, and our colleagues and friends and partners of CAFE. Our job in football is to tackle discrimination, in international football in particular, to run campaigns to counter that discrimination, and also to work for inclusion through a series of projects that we have in many continents around the world. And it's really my honor to be here and to present these awards with you tonight. Before I do that, I should follow the protocol and describe myself. I am a tall brown guy who wears glasses. I go by the pronouns of he and him. And I'm not going to tell you my age or describe my age, but shall we say I used to have black hair and now it's got quite a lot of grey on it. My 6-year-old daughter describes me as an old man, but I'm not prepared to accept that. But anyway, let's continue with this. Now look, this is the end of the day, right? After quite a long day, a great program. I've been watching not every session, but most of them. I know all of you have been through some really informative sessions, some really good, interesting speakers. And this is a time to relax a little bit. So I don't know what you're all doing. I hope you've all got an orange juice or a tea, a coffee, maybe even a glass of champagne, because that is what we would usually be doing in ordinary times. We'd be sitting somewhere in a hall and enjoying and celebrating people from the community who have done so much for disability inclusion in sport generally, but specifically in football. So I want this to be a celebration, and I've got one request for you, right? And this is going to be a bit strange and unusual, but I think that we should try to exclaim the people who are going to win awards. And the way that I want us to do that is every time you hear someone being given an award, let's say, yay. Now, I know many of you will be sitting at home in the lounge or in a bedroom or in a study. There might be family members present. There might be children present, parents, or you might be like me at home alone. And people are going to say, what is going on there? But I think it would be great if we could celebrate verbally every time we see an award being given tonight. So as I say, let's do it. Let's have a practice. In fact, let me not just say that. Let's have a practice. After 3, I want you to say, yay! Are you ready for that? Let's practice. Don't be shy. Don't worry about saying this at home. So you've got nothing to lose and we've got everything to celebrate. So 1, 2, 3, yay! That's the way I want us to celebrate the people who are going to be winning awards. And what I might do is cue you in. We might say the yay together. Now I would say we can also say yay, yay for people who we especially want to acknowledge, but I'll leave that bit to you at home. And if you want to say yay, yay, yay 3 times, that's even better. That's up to you. But let's try to have a little bit of fun as much as we can. I know that you've already been doing some networking, and there'll be some more networking afterwards, some more drinking of virtual champagne or orange juice or whatever your poison is. But let me start with these awards, right? And then we can get into the flow of them. There are now a few categories of awards. So we're going to do this in 3 parts. We have the first set of award winners that are nominated by CAFE stakeholders from across the globe. And then I think we've got some awards being given, a special recognition award by the CAFE trustees, the Board of Trustees. And then we have a special announcement related to ambassadors. So I look forward to that. That is really something exciting. So let's get on with the awards. The 3 awards that we're offering, I'll give you the titles and what they're about right now. Firstly is the Club Initiative Award, which aims to recognize a club that has consistently done good work and new and innovative activities to promote access and inclusion. Last year, in 2018, at the last CAFE conference, Dinamo Zagreb won the award for their commitment to improving disabled access for all disabled people, and they did a number of activities in Croatia to win that. The second award will be the National Association Award, which recognises the commitment of football associations to accessibility. In 2018, this was presented to the Russian FA, the Football Union of Russia, because of the way in which they'd worked to scope out and deliver the Disability Access Officer scheme and the disability inclusion and etiquette training seminars. I'm not sure what an etiquette training seminar is, but I'm going to ask, I know who to ask, a friend of mine, and I'll be asking her a bit later on. And that was all in the legacy of the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. And then finally, the Collaboration Award is designed to celebrate occasions when stakeholders have come together to improve access and inclusion. In 2018, it was the Celtic FC Disability, Celtic DSA and then Celtic Football Club together that were awarded for their work for the collaboration that they've been doing. Before I call upon our first presenter to present the first award, I want to say thank you on behalf of CAFE and the CAFE Board of Trustees to everybody who nominated submissions. This is an open process. We called for people to submit their award suggestions, and a lot of people have done that. And so thank you very much for everybody who participated in the spirit of this. And I'm told by the CAFE team and the board that the process for selecting the winners was not easy. There are so many nominations and so many good nominations. So thank you for doing that. If you were nominated and have missed out, don't worry, there's always next year. And actually, generally, I hope you're getting a reward for the amazing work that you're doing. So without further ado, the first presenter for the Club Initiative Award is going to be presented by the CAFE ambassador, former professional footballer, Laura Gutierrez. Over to you, Laura.
Thank you, Piara. My name is Laura Gutierrez and I am a CAFE ambassador. I am a former professional player with Football Club Barcelona, Levante UD and national team. I am now a disability inclusion coach at the Levante UD Foundation. I am delighted to be presenting the Club Initiative Award, which highlights a club that has consistently carried out new and innovative activities to promote wider access and inclusion. There were a large number of nominations for this award, and it was great to see the variety of initiatives covered from Europe and beyond. The winner of the first CAFE Award 2021 for Club Initiative is Wolverhampton Wanderers for the tremendous work of the club to continue to offer accessible solutions and services its disabled fans throughout the pandemic, and the tireless efforts of the Disability Access Officer in supporting both home and away disabled fans. And here, their DAO, Laura, right to accept the award.
Thank you very much, Laura, for the introduction, and thank you to all of those who've nominated Heroes Wolves for this award. My name is Laura Wright, and I'm the Disability Access Officer at Premier League club Wolverhampton Wanderers. My main responsibilities include being a key advocate for disabled access requirements at our club. I also have a key insight into improving matchday experience for disabled supporters from both Wolves and any visiting supporters attending. This means thinking out of the box to help supporters access any service they may require. I link with supporters on an individual basis, looking more closely at their disability and seeing how we can help them, whether this is a match day or such activities like ground tours, afternoon teas and dementia cafes. But it's not just me. We are proud to work collaboratively as a club, linking departments and using the best talent we can to supporters having the best experience. We are a progressive club. We want the best for all of our supporter base and strive to continue to think of ideas and develop services we have in the future to give the best we can for supporters. We are excited to continue our work with CAFE and Level Playing Field in the future to cement the hard work even further. We are honoured to receive this award and pleased that the work we do is recognised with supporters locally, nationally and around Europe as well. Anyone wishing to experience accessibility at Wolves can get in touch and we are glad to help. Thank you again for this award and we hope to work with you all closely in the future.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you all get a yay in? Should we do one now? After 3, this is for Wolves for picking up the first award. 1, 2, 3, yay! Okay, let's move on to the next award. And this is the award that's given to national associations. And here to present that to the winner is Michele Uva, who is the Director of Football and Social Responsibility at UEFA. Over to you, Michele.
Thank you, Piara, and thanks, Joanna and Cafe team for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is Michele Uva, and I'm the Football Director of Social Responsibility at UEFA. Today, I have the pleasure of announcing the winner of Cafe National Association Initiative Awards. These awards emphasize the importance of the work of the national associations and showcase great practices across football. It highlights how inclusion and accessibility can be introduced to the sport and contribute to the goal of a European football for all. We recognize this particular National Association commitment in improving access and inclusion for disabled spectators and, of course, the efforts in providing auto-descriptive commentary to cover a number of major tournaments. Please join me in congratulating the winners of this year's Cafe National Association Initiative Awards, my closest friend of Federazione Sammarinese Gioco Calcio.
Buonasera a tutti, è un vero piacere essere qui questa sera per ricevere questo premio a nome della Federazione Sammarinese Gioco Calcio. Da ormai 4 anni abbiamo iniziato un progetto mirato a rendere il nostro calcio accessibile a tutti i tifosi, giocatori e appassionati, grazie a dei collaboratori e responsabili di progetto molto validi e proattivi. Prima con il progetto Stadium for All e poi con il progetto San Marino Open and Green abbiamo cercato di rendere i nostri stadi accessibili a tifosi con ogni tipo di disabilità, iniziando da nuove strutture e servizi per tifosi su sedie a rotelle e proseguendo poi con la creazione del servizio di commento audiodescrittivo per tifosi ciechi e con un progetto di formazione dei nostri steward per l'interpretazione della lingua dei segni, per poter accogliere al meglio anche i tifosi sordi. Proprio grazie a questo progetto siamo stati felici di supportare CAFE e UEFA durante gli Europei 2020 e la Nation League 2021, mettendo a disposizione il nostro staff formato per le audiocronache in italiano. Non avremmo mai potuto farcela senza il prezioso supporto del programma UEFA Hattrick e senza la collaborazione con il CAFE che tante idee e consigli ha saputo darci per lo sviluppo delle nostre iniziative. Questo non è sicuramente un punto di arrivo, ma un punto di partenza per continuare a migliorare e rendere il calcio sammarinese sempre più accessibile a tutti, sugli spalti e sul campo. Grazie di nuovo a tutti e un caro saluto da San Marino.
Marino, and thank you to Michele. Now, I don't know whether you managed to get a yay in, but I think, look, San Marino as an FA, one of the smallest football associations in UEFA, don't win a lot. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that. So I think it was amazing that they put in the work for this award. Now, I think we should give them a big yay. So after 3, are you ready? Doesn't matter where you are, who's watching, who's listening. 1, 2, 3. Yay! For San Marino, right? I think that's amazing. Okay, so our third award in this sort of this set of three being presented by the CAFE stakeholders is going to be presented by good friends of CAFE, an organisation called Parafootball, and their co-founder Sam Turner, who I know quite well, is here on video to present the award. So we're going to cue Sam Turner. This is for the Collaboration Award.
Hello everyone, my name is Sam Turner and I'm a co-founder and trustee of Parafootball. Parafootball is a worldwide foundation founded on the 3rd of December 2020, an International Day of Persons with Disabilities, with the aim to increase awareness and support the development of football for persons with disabilities. We bring together 9 international federations who govern the different formats of football and to collaborate and support one another. We work with national football associations and federations to develop coordinated national para-football programs which connect all the key stakeholders. And we're also working to ensure that every person with a disability knows the different ways that they can play and interact with the game of football. Forming a connected worldwide para-football network means bringing together like-minded organisations and experts in their relevant field. Collaborating with CAFE allows us to support one another's work and reach existing and new audiences. We both believe in total access to football, and we all believe in football for all. Together we're stronger, and together we can make a real difference for disability inclusion in football and society. The CAFE Collaboration Award was designed to celebrate occasions where stakeholders have come together in the name of improved access and inclusion. In 2018, the award was presented to Celtic FC and the Celtic Disabled Supporters Association, who together oversaw the installation of a changing places toilet at the stadium, the creation of new easy access seats and inclusive matchday services, including the club's first team manager recording his programme notes in an audio format for partially sighted and blind fans. This year's award is presented to Gohar Navasardian in recognition of her vital role in the life-changing impact for so many disabled football fans of the collaboration between the Football Federation of Armenia and Football Club Noah. The commitment shown to promote access and inclusion through collaborative activities of these two organisations over the past couple of years, particularly during the CAFE Week of Action, and despite the COVID-19 pandemic, has been hugely impressive and thoroughly deserving of this award. Congratulations to Gohar.
Thank you very much, Parafootball, for the introduction, and thank you to all those that nominated us for this award. My name is Gohar Navasardian, and I work with the Football Federation of Armenia and the Football Club Noah. Together, our goal is to help people with disabilities and to be part of the football world. We are so happy and honored to receive this award because we believe that this plays a major role in raising awareness about people with disabilities and accessibility. We are excited to continue to work with CAFE and raise awareness for the better access and inclusion in football in Armenia and beyond. Thank you all again for this award, and hopefully see you all again soon.
Thank you, Gohar. Thank you very much, and thank you for your amazing work in Armenia, Stars Armenian Football Federation and the Noah Football Club, who are the winners of the CAFE Collaboration Award. Again, I have one friend, one good colleague and friend, Camilla, who works in Parasport, who I know is doing the yays with me. So we have at least one member of the audience doing it. I hope there's many more of you. So let's have a yay for Armenia. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yay! Okay, that's great. That's the last of the CAFE Stakeholder Awards. And now we're on to the CAFE Special Recognition Award. Now this should go to an organizational group that has gone, as we would say in English, above and beyond to promote access and inclusion. The winner has been selected by the CAFE staff team and the Board of Trustees. And quite honestly, I'm told by the CAFE teams that given the amount of work that's gone on since the last conference in 2018 and the circumstances in which we're all living in now, very difficult circumstances for many disabled people, that it was a hard task to find a winner. But to tell you about the winner, he's actually my good friend and the previous winner of this award. She's really is, I think, a shining light within football administration in terms of access and inclusion. Please welcome Elena Popova of the Football Union of Russia.
Thank you very much, Piara. My name is Elena Popova, and hello everyone. And I'm a National Disability Access Officer for the Football Union of Russia. And in 2018, I won this prize in Bilbao, and it was so unexpected, but it was so incredible because I was just doing my work and then just enjoying my work and doing it, I just received this prize, and it was a very strong motivation for me to continue doing my work, and it showed that I'm moving in the right direction and it brings results. So it was very, very incredible for me, and thank you very much again, and thank you for choosing me to announce the winner of this prize this year. And it's such a responsibility and an honor for me to announce the winner of this year, and it was so difficult to choose because there were so many incredible projects and initiatives, and the winner is Football for All Leadership Program, led by José Soares and Joanna Cal, for their outstanding work in delivering virtual courses and helping to increase employment among disabled people across Europe. Congratulations both, and parabéns.
Thank you very much to the CAFE Board of Trustees. We are very honored and humbled, and this definitely serves as an extra motivation to continue with our work of promoting a more inclusive sports environment.
We would also like to send a word of appreciation to the entire CAFE team, as well as all of our partners who have been incredibly supportive in our journey and of our shared goals in these past few years. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Listen, I know the work of Football for All very well. We are partnering them in a project funded by the European Commission, and they are worthy winners of this special recognition award. So you know what we're going to do now. You know the drill. Can we please have a yay for Football for All? After three. 1, 2, 3. Yay for Football for All. That's amazing. Now that's the last of the awards, and thank you to everybody who has helped us to introduce the winners. Thank you and congratulations to all of the award winners. I want to now move on to the special announcement that I mentioned earlier on, and that's really to announce some new CAFE ambassadors. I think as some of you will know, that over the last few years, one of the focuses that the CAFE team have had has been to create and expand an ambassador program. And that ambassador program involves players, former and current players from across Europe, joining the CAFE family in order to raise awareness and to support the work that's taking place. So, so far, the ambassadors have included Omar Mascarell, who plays for Spanish side Elche CF in La Liga. Omar has a very interesting story. He was born on the Canary Islands and graduated from the Real Madrid Academy in 2013. He is passionate about inclusion in football and shares CAFE vision of a game that is accessible for all. So well done to Omar for continuing your work as an ambassador. In June of this year, Omar was joined by goalkeeper Bobby Allain, who plays with SK Örebro in Sweden. Now, Bobby has a really interesting story. He was born to parents in France who were both deaf, and he was born. They were both born deaf. He was born deaf, and so he is fluent in sign language and has also been involved in the French national deaf team as a coach. So well done, and thank you, Bobby, for your continued work. And then finally, Laura Guterres became the first woman CAFE ambassador in September of this year. And as you know from her brief introduction already, from presenting the Club Initiative Award, she's a former professional player who's enjoyed a storied career with FC Barcelona, Levante, and for the Spanish women's national team. She now works for the Levante Community Foundation and has been leading on their inclusion projects with disabled people. Now, each of these ambassadors have their own area of influence. They all sort of, they have the passion for achieving change, but they all have their particular focuses. But that wasn't enough. 3 new ambassadors is good, but CAFE wanted to do much, much more. And so we're able now to announce 2 new DAO ambassadors, which is really super important. And the 2 new ambassadors are Pilar Castillo Cid and Florian, I actually can't pronounce Florian's last name very well. I've been trying all afternoon, but Florian Wachel of Real Betis and RB Salzburg, both of these guys. So they are the first CAFE Disability Access Officers. Congratulations to them. And I think we have a video of Pilar and Florian so that you can get to see them and meet them a little bit.
Thank you for the introduction and welcome to the family. My name is Pilar Castillo and I have been the DAO at Real Betis for the last 5 years. My primary responsibilities are to attend the disabled fan from our club, evaluating the access to the stadium, and collaborate with association, NGO, local hospital, etc. DAOs are key to ensuring a constant dialogue between the club and disabled fans. A DAO should make the first step toward disabled fans and organization, creating ideas and new projects, connecting organization boards and disabled fans, and talking with the local government. As DAO ambassador, I wish that all DAOs get the support they need from the class management, and that in the near future, all the clubs have a DAO. I can't wait to get started, and I'm so glad to be joining with my fellow DAO, Florian Wachel. Thank you all, welcome.
Thank you, Pilar. My name is Florian Wachel and I am the DAO at FC Red Bull Salzburg. My main responsibilities are similar to Pilar's, as I manage all topics related to inclusion and disabled fans, such as events, improvements in matchday experience, ticketing ideas, or communication in social media or our homepage. Furthermore, I'm the first point of contact for disabled fans and their concerns and problems at our games. It's so important that as DAOs we'll look to share our knowledge with other DAOs from across Europe and beyond, because we are all pursuing the same goal and therefore do not have to reinvent inclusion in football. It is much more important that we share our experiences, problems, solutions, and ideas with one another. There are so many experienced and excellent DAOs across Europe who, with their knowledge and experience, can deliver so many ideas and solutions that can also be implemented at very short notice. I'm so happy to be joining the CAFE team from 2020 onwards in an official capacity and can't wait to get started, particularly when it comes to communicating inclusive actions and ideas further developing national and international projects and ideas, or simply organizing opportunities for exchange of experiences.
Congratulations to Florian and Pilar. I think the CAFE team are really looking forward to working with you more closely in the future. So thank you very much for taking on this role as DAO ambassadors. Now, the final announcement for this evening is that there is going to be one last addition to the CAFE ambassador ranks. And this is important because I think, as with everything that CAFE does, I know that fans are central to this. The way in which accessibility for supporters can be improved, the supporter experience, their role in the governance structures, their role as democratic stakeholders within football is something that concerns CAFE constantly. And so in order to help CAFE's efforts in this area and to encourage facilitate communication with disabled supporters groups directly, Joanne O'Rourke is set to become the first CAFE disabled fan ambassador. So congratulations, Joanne. And I think we're going to meet Joanne virtually through this video now. And I think she'll be an amazing addition to the ambassador team.
Hey guys, I am Joanna Reardon, disability activist, sports writer with the Irish Times and RTE Sport, and I am also from Ireland, and I am a Cork City football fan and also a Barcelona fan. Maybe you could say I've been plagued for the last couple of years, but that's a whole other situation. I'm incredibly proud to partner with CAFE Football and be an ambassador for all football fans with a disability. I think it is hugely important, as growing up, I never knew these type of outlets were available to me, and if I knew that they were there, I would definitely contact them and try and understand and try and put forward what it's like to be a football fan with a disability. As an example for me, I can remember going to my local football stadium, having limited wheelchair accessible tickets, the person that I was with having to be seated miles and miles away from me, and the wheelchair stand was actually in a corner somewhere where you couldn't possibly see what was going on beyond the halfway line. Fortunately, I think especially in Ireland, we have gotten a little bit better in terms of how we treat our fans with disabilities, but I think there is a long way to go, and I think it's so important to have conferences and outlets like this where you can share your experiences, talk to other people, get to know what they're doing, and just understand what it's like to be a football fan with a disability. Obviously, given my work as well at the moment, I am also advocating on behalf of those who want to work in football as a person with a disability and just be able to open doors and hopefully break ceilings for them in the world today. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes from the conference. Thank you so much for including me and having me as an ambassador. I look forward to my role, and I will definitely wear it with great pride. Thanks a million.
That's great. Great to see Joanne. When I heard about her, I Googled her, and you can do that. She's got an amazing blog, her own website. And I noticed actually that there was a film made about her, No Limbs, No Limits, which I think was launched in 2014, 2015. So it's really worth checking out Joanne. I think she'll do a great job in representing disabled fans as an ambassador within the CAFE ecosystem. So thank you to her, and thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you for putting up with me. I hope you've had a good time. I don't know how many glasses of champagne you've drunk, or orange juice, or tea. As I said before, whatever your poison, I hope you did that in celebration. I'm now going to hand over to Mike and Amy from the CAFE team. I haven't seen them in person actually for a very long time, so I miss them quite a lot. It's great to see them whenever I do see them. Hello, Mike and Amy, are you there? You're going to give us the closing comments from day one of the CAFE conference.
Thank you very much, Piara, and it's great to see you too. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Rice, and I'm the Media and Communications Manager at Cafe. I'm a 31-year-old white male with brown hair, not grey hair, as some people would have you believe, and my pronouns are he and him.
And I'm Amy Wilson, Cafe's Fan Liaison Access and Administration Officer. I am a 39-year-old female, not older as some other people may have you believe, with brown hair that is tied up in a ponytail today. And for those of you who do generally know me, I'm not wearing my glasses today, I'm in contact lenses.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us on day one of our 4th International Cafe Conference. We've been joined by some wonderful speakers today, and we extend a huge thank you to all of them for sharing their time with us today.
We have also been joined by some excellent moderators who have helped to lead the discussions and share your questions with each of our speakers. To them and to everybody who has contributed by asking questions today, joining in our discussions, we thank you too.
An enormous congratulations to each of the Cafe Access and Inclusion Champions Award winners. You're all setting an amazing example and changing so many lives through your hard work, dedication and commitment.
And in the words of Piara, yay! The conference sessions may be over for today, but we invite you all to join in our virtual watch parties for tonight's UEFA Europa League, Conference League and Women's Champions League matches. The watch parties will open for the early kickoffs and the late kickoffs in all competitions. So we will be around until around 22:45 CET this evening.
You can join the watch parties by selecting sessions at the top of the Virtual Conference Manager session browser window, and you can register for the room relevant to the matches that you'll be watching tonight. The Cafe team will also be joining the watch parties, so do feel free to come by and have a chat about tonight's matches with us. You can join the watch parties as soon as Amy and myself stop speaking, so we'll try and make this quick.
We hope that you've found today to be an informative and engaging day, and we look forward to welcoming you to the second day of our conference tomorrow. Day 2 will commence at 0900 hours CET tomorrow morning, and our first session will explore accessibility within the women's game.
There are plenty of great speakers lined up for tomorrow, and we can't wait to see you there. And please do remember to join the discussions on social media using the hashtag Total Access. We will be sharing your posts with our wider network, so do get involved.
And just as to end our little closing ceremony, from Mike, I and the rest of the Cafe team, we thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing as many of you as possible in the watch parties later on, and more importantly, seeing you all again tomorrow morning for another good day of discussion around accessibility in football.
you.